man speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome in on a Friday to the live pirate stream, because that's what we do on Fridays at this time, which is why we're doing this now. See how that works? Pretty clever. So, whoops, I'm on the wrong screen. I can't see myself. Where am I? My old dragon broke. I had to get a new dragon. We're dealing with lighting. I might have to get some more lighting. The red dragon is there and you can't see him. He's hiding. If you screw with me, he won't hide. He'll burn you to death. That's how dragons work. Got my Sampel. Nice big bottle. I've got my Muppet cup. Have you considered? Have you? You should. Of course, got a little Sampel in there because, of course, I do. I do have some Puka tea this time. 3 gingers. Smells quite good. It's not steeped quite yet, but it will be soon. And I drove to the ends of the earth because none of the stores were carrying my Jordan almonds, and I got Jordan almonds, baby. We had to drive halfway across town to find a Cracker Barrel because the one that was 3 miles or 4 miles away, 4 miles away, closed. So I had to drive like a long way. I think it was many states away. Could be all the states away. Don't know. Very far. But I've got my Jordan almonds. So that's all that matters. Got our book. Let's see what we can do for an aphorism today. See if it matches our theme on networks. What do we got, Taleb? The test of originality for an idea is not the absence of one single predecessor, but the presence of multiple, but incompatible ones. Right. So in other words, the originality of an idea, presence of multiple but incompatible ideas, right? You need contrast to see. A lot of weird stuff going on still. I think everybody's nuts. The Vanderclay stream this afternoon was completely bonkers. Like just people saying things that are the opposite of reality. Them just muting people left, right, and center, some of whom seem to have done absolutely nothing wrong. Look, you can always tell a bad actor. Like this is what's confusing to me. It's very easy to tell bad actors. First, you have to agree that they exist. This seems to be where the problem is. Nobody wants to say, oh yeah, there are bad actors in the world. They just want to redeem every piece of bad behavior they see. But the bottom line is, if you censor somebody and you don't tell them why, you are a bad actor. Now, you may not be doing this deliberately. You may be stupid. Different problem. The reason why this has to always be true is because if you think somebody transgressed and you do not at least try to explain that to them, you are the bad guy in all possible cases. Sorry. It's just the way it is. Right? So this is what's always puzzling me. I'm like, this is always really easy to discern, and yet nobody does the discernment. Like it takes 2 seconds. right? Now, to be fair, one of the times I got muted, somebody said, I I insulted somebody. No, I accurately described what was going on. And if that description is, let's say, unpalatable to you, then you're an idiot. That's not my problem. It's like the sky is blue. You're banned because judging something as blue is bad. It's like, well, probably to you it is, but you're an idiot. So I don't care. And oh no, Clara, you were there for much of the censorship. Like you were I was really quiet because I couldn't speak and I kept getting like attacked, of course, and I couldn't speak. So I couldn't defend myself. And I was like, the people there, they love to like Teo did this, right? He's like, oh, you said, emanation is bad and you've said emergence is bad. Which is it? Make up your mind. And I'm like, I didn't actually say anything about emanation. I said, eman- they have no emanation. That's what I said. I didn't say it was good or bad. Like, I don't know where you got that from. I think emanation's great. So, but it's those sorts of attacks. Like, and that's the thing. Like, it takes 2 seconds to see these things. Like, Nathan Orman, this is ridiculous. Digital gnosis, right? First of all, he's clearly mentally ill. He has talked about this publicly. I'm not giving away anything, right? I'm sorry. Okay. He's talked about his struggles. Okay. When you say stuff like so and so on a live stream said X, Y, and Z and made these outrageous claims, and that didn't happen, that is a delusion. There is no instance where that is not a delusion. That is a delusion. Right? That's what. See, this is what I've been struggling with. People seem to be getting very upset when you point out something. When you point at the truth, people seem to get very upset for whatever goofball reason. They're like, no, you can't say that. I'm like, I speak the truth. That is true. You can verify it yourself if you want. And people get upset. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess, but also, and that's the problem. Like, nobody wants to sort of admit, oh, there are truths out there, and we need to. And that crew in particular, they're all relativists. Every last one of them is a relativist. They admit it all the time, right? Sometimes not directly. And the thing is, they want to be part of something. And so the question is, when you're a rebel who hates hierarchy and doesn't like structure and doesn't like order as such, what do? You don't want to be alone. You want to be part of something, but it can't be a structure. Oh, I know. We'll use the word network. So, as a senior network engineer, among many other things, I will tell you about networks. I will tell you things that you did not know about networks for sure. But more importantly, I will try to explain to you the importance of this word and why it's being used and what its significance is to the people using it, we'll say. So, that's what's going on over there. You just have to take my word for it, and I'll draw the case out over time. By the way, I did a nice little live stream with Gustav's yesterday. If you haven't checked it out, you should. It's a good stream. We'll do more, apparently. Which I was surprised to me. Like, we've known Gustav's forever, and he usually does stuff with Manuel, which is great. And obviously, it's more on the Christian-y side, which I can't do that. I don't want to do that, even if I could. So, but I can't do it, so it's not relevant. It was nice to have him on, and Adam jumped in. That was nice. And then Adam's recorded Russian Revolution with me. That'll be out next week, right? We're just trying to find the right front end clip, and once that's done, and that's not me. I don't do that. I don't do that work. Once that's done, we'll slap it together, and boom, out it goes. So networks do not appear from emergence as people state all the time, right? Rather, they appear from flattening, from the compression, from the reduction of something. right? And so, despite what science would have you believe, because science starts from the presupposition of an objective material reality, right? And so there are just objects in the world. And maybe they go so far as to say objects have properties or something goofy. And the problem is we live in an ultra connected world. And so when you start from things are not connected, you misunderstand the world, right? And then in order to explain the world, because things are ultra connected and therefore you can't move one piece because it moves other pieces, you need some way to explain that. So you use networks. And now this is where the individualism comes in. When you're an individual and you squish the world, the connected world, but you thought it was made up of objects, and then you move something, and it doesn't, it isn't the only thing that moves, because that's the world we live in. You can't change one thing, right? You can't. Well, I'll just remove father from child's life, and it'll be fine. No, it won't. Ever gone through a death, you probably experienced that. Now, whether or not you processed it correctly, these are real issues, is a different story. So, pardon me, itchy. My whole face is itchy. I don't know why. I took some drugs. We'll see if they work. So, when you move stuff and other things move and you notice, because you don't always notice, especially when children don't notice at all. I mean, we all start out with this deficit, believe me. Um, Suddenly, from your personal private perspective or your secret sacred self, nah, never mind. A network becomes apparent to you. It sort of emerges from the disconnected mass of objects. That's what happens. But it's an individualistic perspective on the world. You've squished the world down to a flat, closed system, right? It becomes hard to tell the difference between certain types of things, like entertainment and reality. Because things are connected still, there's no hierarchy because we've squished the hierarchy out. That way we don't have any judgment on us, right? It's a great thing. I don't have to be judged. Who are you to judge me? We're all equal. We're all equal in the flat world. Equality doctrine to the rescue. Now I don't need to be judged by anybody or anything. Right? The government has no right to tell me what to do just because I live literally under it and depend on its services, whether I realize it or not. All right. But then can you tell the difference between entertainment and reality in a flat world? Of course you can't. Welcome to kayfabe. Kayfabe is your inability to differentiate entertainment and reality. That's it. It isn't anything else. It's a personal failing, and that's all it ever is. Now, if you want to talk about people lying to you knowingly and manipulating you knowingly, we have better terms for that. Kayfabe is not that term. Now, if you would like to see a live stream on kayfabe, which I absolutely would have done today if I could have found anybody to do it because I was pissed off, let me know in the comments, in the chat, whatever, and I'll do one. And if you know somebody who wants to actually talk about me with kayfabe, because I've spent all day trying to get anyone to give me one coherent definition that isn't entertainment or lying. Everyone has failed. Entertainment and lying took 12 hours for each of those definitions to appear. Not a good sign. If it takes you 12 hours to come up with a simple definition, then I get news for you about your word. So let me step back and talk about how networks are conceived of in the technical realm first, right? Because that is something I am a bona fide participatory experiential expert in. experience, expert. No, couldn't be. So hopefully that'll help kind of set the stage. So typically in tech, when we're talking about a network, we are talking about a mesh of communications between machines. That could be just two machines, or it could be a lot of machines. The more machines it is, the more complex the network is said to be. Number of total machines is about the dumbest way to measure complexity, because complexity has more dimensions than a single linear count. Now, because things scale, singular linear count tells you a lot in a flat system in particular about the minimum required level of complexity. So in a network, for example, if you have more than let me think, 48 machines, your complexity will increase by one computer. So if you had 48 machines, you have 49 pieces of hardware, 48 machines, and one 48 port switch. Pretty standard networking, actually. If you have 49 machines, you need one more switch and one more machine, right? But then the next 47 machines you add, you just need that many machines. Right. Now, when you get to higher complexity levels, and if you want to connect machines to something like the internet, and I'm sorry to hear you're going to miss this, Anselman. It's going to be good. You'll catch up. If you want to connect something like the internet, which connects to all other machines, you need specialty equipment in addition to the other equipment that you have. And then as it grows, you may need more interim pieces of equipment, right? And so total number of machines doesn't do it, and total pieces of equipment doesn't do it, because the equipment starts to change types. And what effectively happens is that you end up with unmanaged switches, managed switches, routers, right? And then different types of routers. And then because any network does this, right? You'll have one type of wiring, say it's copper, Cat5, Cat6 wiring, right? And then that 48 port switch usually has two more ports on it, usually fiber. They connect to other switches, right? And so even the number of wires goes up, not just the number of physical devices, right? And so, sure, there's a reasonable analog in number of machines being networked, but that breaks at certain scale points, right? But then every network has a hierarchy of equipment. So a router, for example, one of the things it does, aside from sending traffic, we'll say, off the current local network, is it also constrains traffic to the current local network. This has huge implications, fewer nowadays because our networks are just faster, but back in the day now. Huge implications for how you lay out your network and what machines are hooked up to which switches, right? And behind which routers. And there's other pieces of equipment like firewalls and VPN services, and right. So as you need more features, you don't have to add, quote, computers to the network, right? But just features might require more equipment. And then where and how that equipment is connected in the network actually matters. In other words, all electronic networks of any size have a hierarchy. Sorry, they have a fucking hierarchy. It's there. Okay? So the idea of a network is a flat world version of hierarchy, because you have to maintain connection, right? Or redeem it, right? Because you've squished it and gotten rid of it with your equality individualism bullshit. That's what happened. You tried the equality thing, you tried the individualism thing, you tried to materialize things, to count it, to objectify it, right? Materialization and objectification are tightly related, if not exactly the same thing, right? And you made everything equal, and then you're like, Well, now we're not connected to anything. So now we need network. Oh, a network. Yeah, that's what we need. We need a network. Okay. Yeah, genius. You didn't need that, right? You got rid of it. And now you have to reinstantiate a poor version of it because you're stupid. Don't be stupid. Problems don't appear if you don't make them. Sorry. Not all problems, but a hell of a lot of them are completely made up. Networks without hierarchy are a lie. They do not exist. They cannot exist. Right? And it's not really useful to try to pretend like they don't have a hierarchy. There has to be a reason for the machines to be connected, and something has to manage that traffic in all cases. They can't manage their own traffic, and they don't. Switches actually prevent traffic intended for one machine going to all the other machines. That's part of what they do. They're filters. That's why filtering is important. That's how the world works. And that's the thing. The reason a term like network effects, which you'll hear people use a lot, is accurate is because it's a bland expression or description of connectedness, right? With no explanatory power beyond something happened related to this other thing that happened or this other node on the network. That's it. That's all network effects means. Oh, so you moved a thing and something else also moved. Thanks, genius. That was awesome, Captain Obvious. I really appreciate the fucking update. It's fantastic. Also, you're a moron, but whatever. Why don't you come up with more fancy names for stupid things? It's a real problem. And that is the issue. Like, you're just using a term that you don't understand because you squished the world and made everything equal so you wouldn't be judged. And now you want your mommy and you want people to love you again. And that's why we like networks. The desire to have a person in your network is the same as the desire to increase your tribe. Oh, you're part of this. It's like, am I? I don't know. Can I like talk to other people without being part of every freaking aspect of their life? Because it doesn't seem like I can. You know who else drank water? Like, really? Like, if I talk to my friend who is like in the Catholic Church, does that make me a Catholic now? Like, I don't understand this. Everybody likes to include oh, you're in this network, you're in that. You don't know what network I'm in. Go away. You don't know what I'm connected to at all, or how, more importantly, because ultimately we're all connected to each other. Yeah. Except that when I eat Jordan almonds over here, no one in India knows anything about it or is affected by it in that way. Not to say there isn't an effect that doesn't eventually get to India. Those are two vastly different, asymmetrical, by the way, things. And because of the individualism, because of the, well, I can do this and I can know the world by myself and you squish everything out of the world, you flatten everything down, you make everything into an object, and then you don't want to be alone. Well, you did that to yourself. The world isn't like that. You are perceiving the world that way because you're a moron. Stop doing it. And that's the problem. And then once you get connected, bigger tribes are better. Abso-freaking-lutely. Tribalism, networks, same thing. It's the same statement. Sorry, tribes are networks of people. Well, that's what they are. Right. And you listen, when people talk about tribalism, they never talk about the hierarchy within the tribe, do they? Isn't that weird? It's almost like they're all crazy equality doctrine, objective materialists or something. Wouldn't that be weird? And the thing is, if somebody encounters your tribe, and let's say you want them to be part of your tribe, if they won't play in your fantasy with you, you'll get upset. You'll get upset. Why didn't this person want to validate my fantasy world? Maybe because it's a fantasy world and I live in reality. That might be it, right? Or why do they want to engage in professional wrestling? What is it, WWE now? I don't know. I haven't done it for quite some time. I'm more of golden age of wrestling, 80s and 90s. Was the good stuff. Pardon me, frog in the throat. Ribbit, see, told you. If I want to engage in the wrestling, then I can. And when I do, I'm part of that network. And that affords me a bunch of things because network is the arena or part of the arena that you're in. It gives you affordances, right? And you're an agent inside of that network. See how I can do this all day long with Verviki language? I can just relate it to like normal people language. For the most part, there's one or two things that distributed cognition is way hard, but not combinatorial explosion. That's pretty easy. Of course, you could work it out yourself if you weren't digital gnosis, who's a little on the slow side. Saying, don't be stupid. The problem with networks, though, is that you can define any network any number of ways. Because a network is just a set of linear discrete connections which maps onto anything. A network in data science is technically just a mapping tool. One of many, by the way. Also, data scientist here. I don't have to pull out the books, do I? I gotta. You guys know I have all the books, right? You know that, right? No, you don't think so. I know. A lot of them are right there. I'm just saying. I don't want to have to pull out the books. I'm gonna be very angry if somebody makes me like, here's all the books I read, and just start pulling out, 400-page books, right? That would make me very angry. I would be angry at that person, but I might do it someday. We'll see. It's a mapping tool. Networks are a mapping tool. That's all they are. You can build any kind of map and include or exclude anything at your will in a network. They are completely arbitrary. Now, you may not understand or have the skills to do the arbitrary mappings. You may be able to do non-arbitrary mappings, right? That's a lot easier, granted. But I assure you, they're arbitrary. This has been proven mathematically, by the way. I'm just saying. Graph theory. You can look up graph theory. Okay? You can map anything with graph theory. It's not that hard. But in this case, we've got people defining what a network is, defining what those connections are, right? And then determining who is and is not part of that. And then pretending like they're all equal and therefore there's no judgment. It's like, well, you kind of judged what was and wasn't part of the network. That's part of the trick, by the way. You're not getting around judgment. That didn't happen and it can't happen. So cut it out. Be responsible with your judgment. That's the best way to go because you ain't getting around it, right? That's not going to happen. You're not going to one day be judgment free and free not to judge. Neither of those things is real. They're not part of reality. And the thing is, networks, best tool ever for fantasy. Best fantasy tool of all time. No question about it. You want to have a fantasy, validate a fantasy, keep a fantasy, bring a bunch of people in on your freaking fantasy. Network, baby, all day long. Right? Worst tool ever for reality. Okay? Right? And you go, but Mark, you need to map your computer networks when you build them. Okay. Not real then. I like seriously. Like what? I have to keep track of the parts and how they're connected. I already knew that. Thanks, genius. Like, you have to do that with everything in the world. Like, this is not a revelation. It's a terrible tool for reality. It's a great tool for things that we humans build that we need to keep track. You know what else is a great tool? Everything else is a great tool. Whiteboards are a great tool. Notepads are a great tool, like physical, like lined paper, which I still use, or graph paper, another great tool. And you know why they're great? Because the proper way to build a large network, when you know you're going to build a large network, not one that's built organically, those are a mess, by the way. I've fixed many of those. I've built many of those too. You know what you do? Let me tell you what you do. Because among other things, I'm a systems architect. Oh, right? So, and actually, my specialty is writing on whiteboards. I'm not good at drawing, but I can draw boxes. They're not good boxes, but I can draw them. You draw it out. You map. What a weird word. Map out your network. Ah, map out. It must be a coincidence. That's the problem. Right? And so the question is, right, what does that mean? Oh, you have a fantasy of what you think your network's going to look like. And we can say, oh, it's imagination and it's fantasy. All right, let's be real here. Right? Let's be honest about what we're talking about. Right? You fantasize about the network you want based on the pieces of equipment you have, where they're going to be situated. You map that out on paper so that you can share it with others, because everybody makes mistakes. Now, not all people make mistakes every time, but that's a different problem. You don't know when you make a mistake, which is why you want to map it out on paper. Take your fantasy, you map it out on paper. Then you test it with other people by looking at it. You come to conclusions about it. Dawn, dawn, dawn. And then you build it. Everything you build comes from your imagination. That's where it comes from. It comes from your fantasy. The closer you fantasized towards reality, in other words, the better your map matches reality, the more successful you'll be materially, because that's how that works. Now, everybody shouldn't be that way. Okay? Some people's maps, like artists, shouldn't map so hard to reality. It makes it hard for artists to live. Sally Joe, at least in theory, but also we need artists. I love artists. Might also be useful for spiritual people. Their spiritual maps might be much better than their material maps. Imagine for a moment, if you will, go into your fantasy land and say, wait a minute. Hold on a second. What if you had people who wanted to be closer to the spiritual realm, or maybe weren't good at being close to the material realm anyway? And so what they need is, we'll say, something that's easier on the material interaction so that they can practice their spiritual mapping. What would something like that look like? Well, I'm here to tell you. Looks like a monastery to me. That's what it looks like, right? So why gravitate towards networks? To build without hierarchy. At least in theory. I mean, it can't be done, but they try, right? To be part of something, right? Because you don't want to be alone. The world's a big place and nature will kill you, right? To have a structure without needing judgment, because networks seem to be able to afford that, at least in your head, right? You know what loves a network? And I do mean loves a network. I mean, network, best thing ever. It's nice, flat, judgment-free world with lots of equality where everyone's more or less equally accessible. Um, snakes. Snakes love a network. They're flat, they're easy to get around, there's lots of victims to travel between, YouTube channels to steal, and Discord channels to blow up, Wikipedia pages to hijack, Reddit moderations to take over. Um, I mean, there's a myriad of things going on there, right? And that's the thing. After all, someone did the hard work of connecting the people using whatever tool or tools. Doesn't even matter, right? And you can just slither around there as an equal and prey on who or whatever you want. Great, right? And the thing is, networks aren't emergent out of magic, right? Organization, which networks is a form of organization, has to be done by agents. If you do not lead a network, it gets tangled and splits off, much like Protestantism. And there's zero judgment in the network. There's no judge person. Everyone's just another node. From the snake's perspective, good stuff. Easy meals. Easy pickings. Now, for you youngins out there, I've been on the internet a long time. I've seen this pattern thousands, maybe tens of thousands of times. I've been part of more online communities than you can think exist in your tiny little imagination. Helps to be old, but I don't recommend age. Just somebody offers you to get older, say no. Just saying. This is not new or interesting or exciting or anything. And I mean, if you listen to like For Cults Nick, we call him, on PVK's channel, it was probably 4 or 5 years ago now. Great talk. Or you can listen to him on, I think we had him on Navigating Patterns a couple times, but I don't think he told his cult stories there. Awakening from the Meaning Crisis Discord YouTube channel. He was on there talking about cults and how they work and the little networks that they set up and how that works. I mean, you can listen to his stories. Like, he's been in 4 of these cults. It's very interesting to hear what it's like. The internet is full of these little networks, and that's usually what they call them. And they're all full of, I mean, they're all the same. They all look the same. They all act the same. They all have the same behavior. It just is what it is. It turns out, now that I think of it for the very first time in my life, I'm sure that they have one thing in common. People. Yeah. When you give ways to connect people and people use those ways to connect, all the same problems emerge. Doesn't matter what those ways are. They may manifest differently because the medium constrains the message, which is the proper thing to say, by the way. You can't transmit voice over a newspaper. Should be obvious. If you're doing video, you don't need text. You may add text. You don't need text. The way you convey the same message changes, but you can send the same message across multiple mediums. The medium is not the message. In a network, that is the thing that determines the medium of communication. Whatever network that is, that's what they're defining. Now, they may use multiple mediums of communication, and that may be to reach different audiences, right? And that's a problem. It's very hard to track these things. It's very hard to know what thread you're pulling on and what thread it's attached to or what webs it's tied up in. So, talking about networks is an intellectual poor man's way of speaking about the world of hierarchy through avoidance, granted. And it's not that networks don't exist or that they're not mapping tools that can be quite useful in certain very specific circumstances if you have a telos already. Because I can map different types of networks in different ways using the same core information because it's a mapping tool, right? It's that networks are being misapplied entirely to hierarchical relationships and pretending that there are connections among equals, which do not exist. I am not equal to you. You are not equal to me on so many dimensions. It's not even worth trying to discuss. It's not interesting. And it's true of everybody. Like it's a universe, it's an actual universal, is that we are not equal. That is a universal. Our inequality is a universal. Now, using the word individual for this is an error. It's an error in language, it's an error in conception, it's an error in thinking, and it's wrong. You're right. Person who is unique. If you combine person with uniqueness, you don't get individual and you don't get a problem because persons are connected to nature and other persons and themselves. 3 frames. Got a video on that, navigating patterns. Check it out. And the thing is, if you think of the world in terms of networks with no hierarchy or limited hierarchy, right? Uh, what you get is hindsight bias. Everything that happens, you notice after the fact, and then you go, oh, this happened because this is connected to that. Thanks, genius. I need to predict the world, not look at it after it happened. That's not helpful. Sorry. I need to be able to make predictions so that when I make the move, I know what's going to happen so that I can determine the cost or potential cost, the risk, because that is how we need to make decisions in the world. Reed Nassim Taleb, all of his books are great, and his Twitter's gotten rather good lately, which is gratifying to see. He put out a MOOC, in fact. I haven't watched it yet, but I got to get on that because he's a really good teacher. Because hindsight bias allows for zero prediction, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Not a fan. And the thing is, networks have linear and discrete connections with equal quality. If you can move closer in the equal network, you'll be more important or more heard or more validated or whatever it is this week that people are after. I really can't tell. And that's the problem, is that that's what they're looking for. They're looking for clout, but they're being sneaky about it with themselves mostly. I mean, look, people are stupid and they are often manipulating themselves. Your unconscious mind is in control. Freud knew this. Jung knew this. They talked about it all the time, actually. I don't know why the modern, quote, psychologists and whatever don't talk about this. Your unconscious mind does all the stuff, and your conscious mind does all the crazy rationalization for all the bad stuff that your unconscious mind makes you do. Sorry, quick summary, but also too bad. That's how it works. So that's what's happening. Well, if I could just get up on the stage at ARC, okay. If you get up on the stage at ARC, no one would understand what you say because you're inarticulate. Sorry, just reality. Like you are not going to do the work to learn to give a good speech and then practice over and over again in front of people and get it right. And that's the problem. You know, just like, I don't know, writing. If you don't practice writing over and over again and have people read it and critique it, you probably shouldn't publish it. You don't want to get random feedback from random strangers. That's not helpful. They might be snakes. They might be dumber than you. They might make your book worse. I don't know. This is a stupid idea. That's all. A lot of people are stupid, though. And they have their place. But if you don't put them in their place, if you put them in a network and tell them they're equal, they'll try to act that out. And when they can't, because we're not equal, it's universal, we're not equal, we're all unique persons, and they fail, you hurt them and you hurt the network, hurt everybody attached to them, even people in other networks. Don't do that. Cut it out. And the thing is, in networks, they talk a lot about outsized effects, right? And the thing is, outsized effects are real, right? Like, in other words, remove these two things and like the whole network collapsed. Right. Outsized effects are the fact that not all the connections are of the same quality. Some are way more important than others. You take Joey off of BOM collapses. Interesting. Oh, it's still there. It's not the same. It's not even close to the same. And if you're an idolater and you look at the outside of BOM, you say, but the server's still there and it still has an admin. Okay, but the qualities, the flavor, the spirit of the server is gone. It left when Joey left or shortly thereafter. That network, even though nothing materially changed, has fundamentally changed. It is entirely different. Sorry. And the thing is, it's not to say you can't map an outsized effect to a network. Of course you can, right? You can use larger node size or a greater number of connections, right? But this misses causality entirely because you're trying to compensate for the lack of hierarchy, the flattening, and the equality in the network because it doesn't match. Your map doesn't match. Right? So you slowly reinvent hierarchy only in a new way. This was no more clear to me than listening to Tim Pool ages and ages ago. I don't know, 2018, maybe 2019. I forget. Right when he was getting bigger than CNN, which is quite some time ago now. He was talking about he went to Occupy Wall Street. He had his tent stolen. They stole his tent. And he was off working because he's a very hard worker. Say a lot of things about Tim Pool, but my God, he's a hard worker. And so he was working really hard. And he comes back and his tent is gone. And a guy goes to him, yeah, man, well, they needed the tents. Some people didn't have tents. They had to take all the tents and reallocate them, right? Communism. Lovely. Those are the Occupy Wall Street folks now. This isn't my fault. They're like this. They're dumb. Most people who grow up privileged are, at least about those sorts of things. And so he started to have a conversation with this guy. He said, well, what should I have done to make sure my tent didn't get taken? And he said, well, there's really nothing you could do. Maybe we could have a group of people that, went around and made sure and you registered your tent with them. And right. And so he's just reinventing government or governance. He's reinventing all those functions, right? Because in the real world where things actually happen, it just turns out that you kind of need a police force. You kind of need registration institutions. You need it, it's not optional. You can't do away with it. It doesn't work. And we know this because this experiment's been done on small scales, medium scales, and large scales all over the place. And historically, it never works. And if you want to do that, there are people that are doing that right now. Go, leave. Get off the internet, go hang out with them, get ripped off or disappointed or whatever, and come back later, maybe once you've grown up. You reinvent the hierarchy every single time. It's almost like it's a non-optional part of reality or something. Almost. And the thing is, mapping things like outside effects to networks doesn't tell you the causality. You're doing it in hindsight already because you've already assumed equality and things like that. Or maybe you've gotten a little fancy, you've got a little bit of hierarchy in there. It still doesn't explain the effects. Because along comes a charismatic node. And the charismatic node is more charismatic than the leader you've chosen. That causes all kinds of problems in a network. Let me tell you. Right? And the thing is, Feedback is real, right? But it's not necessarily causal because it doesn't come first. Correlation is not causation. Causation cannot be understood without sequence, time, ordering. Order is what creates the understanding that allows you to determine causation. Otherwise, everything's just a mistake or a happy accident or a he didn't mean to do that. He didn't mean to say that. It's like, well, I don't know about what you mean by he didn't mean. If somebody types something in, I kind of think they mean it. It takes a lot of effort to type something in or to speak something out your pie hole. So you keep saying he didn't mean on behalf of somebody else who did a thing and then events happened. It's like, why are you trying to reinterpret reality? Because that's what you're doing. I'm not interested in reinterpreting reality. I have the skill that I have that is the best is just observing reality. Now, it's far from perfect, but color me human. Like I don't wait, that's not a critique, that's a universal. Okay, there's universals in the world. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I knew nothing about universals until you mentioned them just now. Like seriously, like this is not hard. I mean, this is why everyone's like, you can't know that. And I'm like, actually, anything that has happened that I have seen, I can know. It's the, in fact, those are the only things I can know. You kind of got it backwards. And this is what blows my mind time and time again. You can't know that. You can't know Nathan Orman's a bad actor. Well, yeah, you can. You can look at his freaking channel. You can listen to him yap at all. You can watch his interview with John Vervaeke. He was totally unprepared, hadn't read any of the work, and didn't believe John when he said combinatorial explosion is a well-published phenomena in science. It is? Okay. How could that be good faith? Well, A, if you didn't know that, you couldn't work it out in your head in 10 seconds. That's already a problem with me, but whatever. Not everyone's smart. I get it. You didn't look at any of his papers at all? You got a discussion with John Vervaeke on the internet, do whatever you wanted, and you decided to do zero research, really, and then you want to say he's in good faith. I got questions. I get questions. That's all. Oh, bad actor confirmed. Like, I don't forget about the anger and resentment porn channel, whose titles were enough to make Jacob look at in 10 minutes and go, oh, yeah, this is not good. Right. Research goes a long way, right? The people who don't research are using their fantasy to project onto the world. What they see is how things are connected in a network of their choosing. May or may not resemble reality at all. Almost certainly doesn't. Almost certainly doesn't. And when you do a network, you are determining the order of that network. Or you're looking at a pre-existing order in a flat way. So you're misunderstanding it. And look, I can map a three-dimensional hierarchical network. That is not hard to do. You will leave out a lot of information when you do that. And you get to pick which information is important and which isn't. You are the judge. That's why people like networks. They can judge the network. They can exclude or include things as they will. That can be very useful. Maps are useful. We use maps all the time. We need maps. Sorry, they're great. Also, you can't rely on them. At the same time, oh no, Mr. Bill. Ah. That's what the world is. I don't know what to tell you. The thing is, we're living in this world with the internet, right? And have all these platforms, dun dun dun, right? And that just kind of keeps up the pattern of start your own network, get your own followers. Huh, weird. That sounds odd. Or get in on our network, like the Rumble network. All the people on Rumble available for you to suck into your network from our network. What is that filter, though? Quality of the people on Rumble and the quality of people on YouTube are very, very, very different on average. And in fact, uniformly across the set, which is more important than an average, by the way. The variance is far more important in most cases. Read Taleb. Very important. What about Pearl Davis's The Audacity Network? Just started her own network. In the old days, all the networks were owned by big media corporations. In the old days, the big media corporations were awesome. And I mean, they made mistakes because they're made up of humans and humans make mistakes. Again, another Captain Obvious moment. Did you know that gravity exists too? Because I mean, we could state a lot of obviously sun rises in the east, sets in the west. We could go on with that nonsense. I hate it when people do that. I just look at them like every time I think I have a handle on stupidity, it gets deeper and I know nothing about it. I just can't. The depths of stupidity are beyond my imagination. Every single time someone does that, I'm like, you cannot possibly be this dumb and still breathe. And yet, there they are in front of me, subverting all my expectations from my rational mind. And once you get in one of these networks, of course you'll be popular, right? Because you're so smart. Once everybody hears your ideas, which are great, they're going to be like, well, yeah, you'll be the most important person in that network. For sure. There's no question about it. The things you have to say, once other people hear them, are so good and so important, and they're going to resonate so well with everybody else because they resonate with you, right? That everyone's going to just rush to view your channel. And if they're not doing that, it's the evil algo's fault. I hate Algo. He's such a bad dude. Not your fault. It's not that your ideas suck, that you're an uncharismatic loser. You have no idea what you're doing. You're completely inarticulate, and only lunatics actually will understand you long enough to listen to you. Can't be that, or any number of those things, or all of them all at once, because it's almost usually all of them all at once. And the thing is, these networks, these platforms appeal to your fantasy of becoming a hero on the journey, oppressed every step of the way, but persevering to get your awesome, needed ideas out to save the world. Because Joseph Campbell said so. Of course, he's retarded. Everything he said was clearly observably wrong. But hey, let's not let that stop our fantasy. We could be the hero. We could save the world. We could leap tall buildings in a single bound. And I go, can you step over that piece of wood? And they go, no, bro, but I can leap tall buildings with a single bound. I'm like, wait, okay. But can you step over that? No. I'm telling you right now, I can leap over buildings in a single bound. I was like, all right, okay, never mind. Can you leap over that building? Listen, okay, when I'm ready, I'm telling you I could. Okay, this is why when you ask the easy question and you don't get an answer immediately, there's a problem. Now, all it says, it doesn't say the person's wrong, although 99.9% of the time it does, but whatever, it doesn't say the person's wrong. It says that they can't communicate their idea. Here's where the pragmatism helps. If for any freaking reason at all, I actually don't care about the reason, because there's dozens, actually dozens of reasons why this could be true. You can't communicate that idea to me. That's okay. I'm not mad, right? Maybe it's the most valuable idea in the history of the world. But if you can't communicate it to me, the value to me is still zero. Now, that may be to my detriment. That could be. I'm that's fine. Like I don't give a shit, honestly. If you can't communicate it to me though, that there's not much there. Like I can't move forward, right? I can't. Sorry. Not a big deal. Like I'm not mad. It doesn't denigrate you at all. It doesn't put you down on the hierarchy at all. It just means you can't communicate. I can't communicate with most people. Like, first of all, I only speak frickin' English when I speak. Like most of the people in the world I can't communicate with. It's okay. I don't think less of them for it. They probably think less of me for it. I'm okay with that too. I really don't care. I'm sorry. I just don't. It's okay. I don't think on the world scale that way. I'm not bothered by it at all. This means nothing to me. In fact, it means less than nothing to me because it's like gravity. You can't communicate with most of the humans on the planet. Thanks, genius. I'll make a note of that. Let me write that down somewhere so I don't forget. Like I don't why are we saying things like this? I hear things like this all the time. Like all the time. And I'm always like, are you guys okay? Like, do you need like some help or like a nap or like can I find somebody to maybe like tuck you in, put you home, get you home? Like, I don't where we at? Because I'm a little concerned here. Happens all the time. That's why I ask people to leap the building. They don't leap the building. I don't believe them. Ah, sorry. I asked you to define kayfabe. You can't define kayfabe. I don't believe you know what you're talking about. I'm not saying you're not pointing at something. I think you are pointing at something. You're pointing at your own private, personal problem of discerning fantasy from reality. That's what I think you're pointing at. Why? Because every single person that talks about kayfabe in wrestling is not a wrestling fan. And I was. The people who are wrestling fans know that they are part of a play, a live action play. They know this. They are well aware, right? They want to be involved in that. I will go over the history of kayfabe, by the way, because I think one of the big problems is that these retards, and they are retarded, and I mean that technically, they're slow. They're slow people. They're slow thinkers. Have never bothered to look up the history of how kayfabe came to be, and then the further older history of what happened that created the WWF, which I think is now the WEF or the WFF or the WQYZXYNOMNOP. I have no idea. Okay. The original WWF and the Vince McMahon story is utterly fascinating. And if you don't know it, fair enough. I happen to have run across it recently. It's weird. I tell you, if you could understand how weird my life is, you'd be pretty freaked out about the world. Like the whole world would just change for you. I can tell you that. Some pieces I had, I got some new pieces quite by accident. I don't even like how the hell was I watching something on the history of wrestling? I don't even remember now. These rabbit holes just appear, and I know which ones to avoid somehow, which ones not to avoid. I don't know. You want to call that the Holy Spirit or an angel, whatever. I don't care. You call it whatever the hell you want. This thing happens to me all the freaking time. It's strange. Castle knows what I'm talking about. It's why people are confused. It's not confusing to the people who are participating. It's confusing to the people who are watching and have a hard time discerning fantasy from reality. So I get the use of the word. I just think it means you have a mental disorder and you're admitting to it and you don't realize it. Fair enough. That happens all the time to people. I don't care. The network of people who go to wrestling matches, who participate in wrestling, who go to see the big wrestling stars outside of the ring, know what they're doing, and they're happy to do that. They need that form of entertainment for whatever reason. I don't have to judge it. Uh, most of them are awesome human beings, like on average, way more awesome than we'll say the people who don't like them or the people who call it kayfabe. Like, just sorry, observationally true. Like, this isn't hard. You just look at these types of people and what they do and how they behave in the world and whether or not they ban people without telling them why, which again is an obviously bad move. It just makes you a bad person. But how do we recognize these networks? Right? Or more importantly, how do we recognize a good network mapping from a bad network mapping? Because this is really what we're talking about. Like, I designed networks. Like, I'm not like, no networks. Networks are right. That's binary thinking. Don't get stuck in the binary thinking. There are no binaries in this world. Just give it up. If the network has arbitrary distinctions, right? If you can't describe the purpose of the network, the purpose of what you're mapping out, that's an arbitrary designation. It's an arbitrary description. It's arbitrary. Now, not all arbitrary designations are completely useless, right? because you're still identifying connections that are probably real in the world, which is probably how you're identifying them. You're noticing some kind of change. Now, whether or not those correlations are correct is a different situation. Arbitrary designators make for poor networks with zero predictive power on average. Okay. If a network requires agreement, it's probably not a network. The world is connected in ways that your tiny Muppet brain will never be able to understand and does not need to understand. Do not need understanding. Mere observation works best. Save a lot of brain power that way. Just look at things and go, oh, that's how that works. Okay, fair. Bye. I do not need to know the protocol specification for USB-C, which is a freaking nightmare, which is why I don't know it, in order to use a USB cable or connector. I don't need to know that. I need zero understanding beyond plug this thing that only fits in here in here. Okay, I'll do that. No understanding. No protocol designation. Nothing. Not required. I don't need to agree. Networks that have descriptions with no definitions. So you have a bunch of people, they're in a place, and you go, well, all the people at Burning Man are in a network. And I'm like, okay, how do you define their connection? And you go, well, they're all in the same geographical place at the same time. And I'm like, you mean a city? Oh, no, it's not like a city, right? Because, Burning Man's a rejection of city life by a bunch of city dwellers, but it was just ironic and should tell you everything you need to know about the level of mental retardation going on there, but apparently people don't get it. Right? And then on and on and on with the inability to give you a definition of the connections in the network. Those are poor networks. Those are bad maps. Okay. An explanation of a network with no justification or starting point. Like, what is the locus of this network? Right. So now we're not talking about telos. We're not talking about endpoint because look, endpoint telos does not solve all problems. Right. Ultimately it solves all problems. Sure. If you're a believer in some kind of ineffable superpower or something. Absolutely. Barring that, though, while telos solves a lot of problems, there are things that emerge, and they are also not bad. They are so rare, you should never assume that's ever going to happen, and that or that it's going to happen in your lifetime, because that's how rare they are. Sorry, just reality is what it is. I didn't make reality. Don't blame me. Don't shoot the messenger, right? But if you have a starting point and say, oh, you know what? This guy wrote a little miniature kernel and put it out for free on the internet. And then that built a network of kernel engineers and maintainers that have been maintaining a Linux kernel ever since. That's a network. That's an emergent network. That's an emergent good network that emerged and is good. Okay. Now, hundreds of others of those failed. I was there. I saw this. This is not a made up thing. This is just internet history, bro. Online, open source internet history. People will tell you they know open source. Yeah, I know Richard Stallman. You don't know open source. Go to hell. Okay, how's that? Clear? Capiche? No? We have to do find the pay stub from the Free Software Foundation back in 89, because I bet I have it. I don't want to pull this stuff out, guys. It'll look real stupid. People are going to look real stupid. You need an explanation for where things came from. You need one. That's the problem. You need to know how it functions. If it's just a mapping function that maps to a bunch of observations, it has limited or no predictive power. Now, that's not useless. right? But it's also not usually helpful. It's great for research. You want to be a scientist? Go right ahead. You want any predictions in the world? You're totally screwed. It's up to you. I don't care. Like, honestly, I couldn't possibly care less. I've used all these tools correctly. And the way I learned to use them correctly is by screwing up a lot. That's how you learn. If you're not screwing things up, you're not learning. You're just an arrogant jerk. Don't do that. It isn't that hard. Everybody's making everything hard. It's pissing me off. Life is easy. All this stuff is easy. Catching up on comments is not easy. Everything else is easy. Let me take some tea because my throat is doing whatever it's doing. I already addressed, well, Ixnon, ho, 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 and a bottle of Sampel. I like that. I'm going to steal that and not credit you. Clara, I already said this. Yeah, no, you were there for some of the censorship. Don't worry. It happened a lot. Manuel got censored too. And I was like, bro, what did you do wrong? And he repeated what he said. I mean, I had read it at the time, but it was so banal. I was like, you got banned for what? Excuse me? Yeah. Ixnon, I tried to unban you with the Beetlejuice method, but it didn't work. Thanks, man. I mean, what a bunch of cowards, Like, they're all freaking cowards. That's what blows my mind. Like, those little cults are full of those little cowards. It's all those little cowards. They know too. They know if they were in front of me, they'd just cower because they've done it. It's hysterical. Actually, it kind of cracks me up. Also, I do want to knock all of them out. Anselman, there are limits to what a government can reasonably expect you to do. Yes, and that gets negotiated in the moment over time. Look at what is that thing called? Begins with an H, has a Y at the. Oh, history. Come on, dude. Work with me here, huh? Sometimes, hell no, we won't go as appropriate. Yeah, that's true. No, I will worship the true God. Yeah, that's true. That's a constant negotiation that has gone on probably as long as there's been humans, maybe longer. Maybe animals do it too. I have no idea. And it will continue to go on because we will continue to screw it up because we suck. Do you know why we suck? Do you know why we suck, everybody? Do you have any idea? Have you considered one reason that we might suck is because we're all Muppets. It's this video game reality, this perfect world bullshit. We live in a perfect world and we're not perfect people, so it wouldn't help if we did. Like, if we lived in a perfect world, we'd screw it up instantly. Ever watch The Matrix? Ever watch Star Trek Next Generation? I mean, this theme is everywhere in science fiction. They talk about it constantly. We've got the after midnight Brits in the house. I can't stay long. Earlier eyes tomorrow. Oh, bro, like, that's no fun. Sorry you're leaving early. That sucks. You know, you got to figure out these other people and explain to them the hierarchy of the world. Live stream first on Friday. Everybody else suffers. That's the proper hierarchy. You got to know the proper hierarchy, man. I'm just saying. When you watch this, just remember. Just remember. Lol, a few minutes in and Mark's already telling the truth. And I already don't like it because I can't tell the truth. So instead, I just pretend it doesn't exist. Okay. Pretty sure that's what you said, Teo. Anselman, see you. Ixnon. Oh yeah, because he was leaving. Teo, I only want to see a live stream on KVabe if. Okay. You're not in charge of anything, and I don't care what you want, dude. Really, seriously, I couldn't. There are few things I could be less interested in than your wants and desires on my live stream. Okay. Grizz will not do a live stream with me because he rage quit the last one on his stream, which, by the way, is probably the funniest thing I can think of. It was so funny. Right? And the reason why he rage quit the live stream that he did with me last, because we've only done two. The first one I did not do a good job on, I guess. I really didn't understand what he was saying, although not entirely going to blame myself for that, because if you think you understand what Grizz is saying, I guarantee you your understanding of what he's saying won't match what anybody else is listening to him thinks. Just saying. I've done the test, by the way. I'm just saying, you can do your own test if you want, or you can take my word for it. I couldn't give two in the world. Just saying, right? So Grizz saw something happen on his Discord server, which at the time I was, of course, a part of, because I like to try to cooperate with everybody, even when they're jerks and they're not worthy. And so he misinterpreted a bunch of things that happened. And then on the live stream, kept asking me about them. And I kept going, I don't know what you're talking about. And then he said, "Oh, come on, man, you must know what I'm talking about." And I was like, "I don't even know how I know what you were talking about." And he got angry and rage quit the stream, which is fine. And then come to find out later, not only could I not have known what he was talking about, but what he was talking about was a fantasy that didn't happen at all in any way, shape, or form. That might be a hint. That was some years ago now. I don't think he's gotten any better. If that's not a problem for you, that's not a problem for you. Hang out with him. I don't care. Like, I'm not here to prevent you from doing harm to yourself. That's not my job. Okay. Clara, where do mommies come into this? I get it, Clara. You didn't make the connection, but I tried to make it later for you. Maybe you got it the second time around. The need to be connected to people is related to your mommy. It just is. Women are the relational type for a reason. And the reason is not just children. Women hold communities together because women point, whoops, point, women point, and men build or smash. Og smash, og build, og no, og kind of dumb. Og just do thing. Hopefully women go good og. Women go bad og reverse course. Og not real bright. It's fine. It's been working for 100,000 years at least. It'll probably keep working. All right. What do we got? With Manuel versus Chad on the undercard. All right, look, dude. Chad has problems with us. I don't know what they are. I don't know what Chad's problems are. I don't really care. Manuel and Chad have been talking longer than Chad and I have for sure. Ain't gonna happen. I know you think you understand these things. You really don't. And you haven't bothered to look into the history. Or even watch the old live stream. Like somebody did. Who was it? Clint D. Well, you should jump in the live stream. I'm like, dude, I've been on so many PVK live streams. Like, it's just boring now. Like, and I'm not saying I'll never get on another one, but like, I'm certainly not going to go on an estuary live stream. I mean, that's just whatever. You want to go to the shark birthing place and get eaten by baby sharks? You go right ahead. Into the snake pit. Yon God. Have you been reading my Twitter, Yon God? Yes. Theater is what they settled on, at least most of them. They settled on theater for kayfabe. I'm like, you're talking about theater? That's the fancy word. The better word, the easier word, the word everybody knows is called theater, but you have to use the word kayfabe because you can sound wicked smart or some bullshit. Like, no, you don't get to invent your own 2-cent Harvard words and call yourself a Harvard grad, you jerk off. Teo, still catching up. I've already ticked off hierarchy good, individual bad, and materialism bad. True. Waiting for age of gnosis, and I've got bingo. Well, sorry, bro. Didn't do it. I like that, though. That was good. Yeah, I got pure permutative explosions are exponentially larger than combinatorial explosions. That depends how you define combinatorial, young God. You probably should be able to know that, by the way. Saw your piece with Jacob there. Very interesting. Clara, it's more impressive if we can see the books. Well, I'm lazy and you can't see the books. And the fit. Okay. Everything I do is subversion. That's right, Froggy. It's all filters and subversions. If you need the books, I don't want you here. I don't want you trying to cooperate with me at all. Right? Because your sense making is off and you're not going to be able to help. You're going to make things worse. I'm sorry. It's a trick I learned years ago. It's 100% or as close to 100% as I care to get anyway. Sorry. Like, if you can't do the discernment based on my exemplification, you can't be in the club. And we don't want you anywhere near the club, to be honest. Um, I'm telling you, I have the books. If you can't find it in your heart to believe that, and maybe someday come here and see them, I, I'm not interested. Seriously, there's a reason. There's a technical reason for that too. I, I I don't like revealing these little secrets, but I guess we're here, and it's fine. I someday figured it might happen. Young God, I miss when Verviki was cool and had double earrings. I never knew him during that period. He actually cleaned himself up and got more popular. Right? We just, more proof, right? Like, oh, you clean yourself up and your life goes better. Weird. It's almost like paying attention to your appearance matters or something, not destroying your body for no good effect. I don't know. Yeah, we are on road to WrestleMania. I was hoping for a Mark face turn. I don't know what that is. Is bro equating networks to a cult? No, bro did not do that. Also, I did not do that. Teo, equating computers to network community people is top 5 artistic move of the month. Okay, you got it backwards. They're stealing a network technical term of art from computers to describe their human systems, dude. I'm not making this up. They're the ones using the term network. And I'm like, that ain't how network works. And they're using it to describe their cults. Those little cults are cults. That's why I call them those little cults, because I have a thing about truth and precision and accuracy. And nobody likes that. I get that. Also, I don't know what book you're reading, which should be a hint. How do I have to get so obvious? You always get a cult when you find a way to connect people. No, you don't always get a cult at all. Telos matters. Connection is irrelevant. It's actually irrelevant. Like, do you guys actually read this Bible thing? Because, I hear stories and stuff, and it's like, it's all anti-materialism. Connections don't matter. Like, the whole damn thing. Like, are you just not seeing it or something? Like, I'm really not getting it. I got my suspicions about reading comprehension levels and why maybe the whole book is too much for people, or even small parts of it. And maybe that's why the Catholics should have kept Latin and not bothered with the English. It's not. Our network's always an attempt to equalize. No. Or can your network map show hierarchy? You can show hierarchy in a number of ways in network. So number of connections, that's one sort of way to map or measure hierarchy in a network. Another way is to make the nodes physically larger, right? And that can map directly, right? So one way that maps directly is one of the tricks I used to use. Can I use one of my networks? Yeah. Okay. So I used to have a storage box at my old house when I had a basement full of computers. I only had like 50 computers. It wasn't a lot. So this is before the whole home network craze, by the way, because I was way ahead of the curve on all that. So the network box had 6 1 gig network connections in it. So it had like 3 dual port cards or something, or no, it had 2 dual port cards, 2 on boards. And I set it up on the network to be on 2 separate physical networks. So the 2 onboard ports went one mini network within my network of networks, because I had one. The way you represent that on a graph is with a larger node and more connections both, right? Because more machines talk to that, not just because of the connections. It is, of course, a more important machine. Of course, it's a redundant storage system. So hopefully if you build it right, and always did, it doesn't go down. It's more important in terms of uptime. Now, a lot of things in networks that are multiply connected, we'll say, because there's lots of ways to do multiple connections. You don't need multiple network ports to be multiply connected on a network. Right? The importance of that node is not from the connections or the individual separate connections, because technically on a switch, everything's connected to everything else anyway, right? Because you're on a switch. So anything at any time can talk to any other piece of equipment, right? Unless you segregate the network through IPs or VLANs, or there's a number of ways to do it. But this is not a technical networking course. We don't have time for that. Um, so there's different ways to represent that. Now, on that, you would represent that with like a red dot or something and a larger node size and more physical connections. Because normally in the network, you just represent the physical connections back to devices. And so they're automatically hierarchical, right? Because all the switches are connected to each other. But then the machines are connected to the switches. And so there's more connections at the quote bottom and fewer connections at the quote top, right? The exit is usually the exit to the internet. So there's different ways to do that, right? And so that's two ways to show two different types of hierarchy. So if you wanted to do something silly, and I guess I've got this on and this silly flag in the back. So I mean, we're here for silly. You could map the storage device back to authority. You could map the router back to leader. And you could say that's a community. You could do that. I think it's silly. It's kind of fun though. I could do more of that when I get the book done. The book should be done soon. I gotta find some time when like my brain doesn't feel like it's on fire. And finish the last like 2 chapters, and then we'll bang that out. Then maybe I'll do like more of that, right? All right. Benjamin Franklin. Why do I read your stuff, Benjamin? Why? Why? Heroism is problematic. Yeah, because you're not an effing hero. Heroes are born, right? Born. If you weren't born a hero, the odds you're going to be a hero are almost zero. Or they're endowed that way by a higher power. In all cases, there's no exceptions. I think leftist communists, that's saying the same thing twice, are caught in a heroic loop. I don't know what that is, so I'm going to go with no. But there can be no salvation. No, especially through the heroic route. No, heroes don't need salvation. If you look at the ancient Greek myths, they also never get salvation, right? They are the givers of salvation. They play God. That's what they do. That's why leftism is poison and should be eradicated from the planet. Fortunately, we can't do that because leftism seems to infect people. And as much as I don't like people, we have to keep some around. Otherwise, we have no one, and I do mean no one, that can actually do the one thing that's most important, which is be better, because the world needs you to be better. That's the problem with that theory. So we got to keep the people around. That's what I was saying. What else do we have? Maybe salvation only comes from the abandonment of the heroic drive. Well, that's certainly true. You can't be saved if you think you're a hero. That's for sure. Castle Adams, no. Yeah, it doesn't only come that way. So that is the no is correct. Of course, Castle's not going to get anything wrong. Castle's wicked smart. It's not. I think all you need to know about Burning Man is that it's unsustainable. Yeah, and they know it is, which is even more funny. Just cracks me up. It's also just sex, drugs, and disgusting people. Benjamin Franklin, is the network interlinked with cells within cells? No. Stop self-referencing. It's very damaging to your psyche. Castle Adams, to your point, Ixnon, they have to replace Burning Man every year. It's a Burning Man's. Yes, that's correct. It's also misnamed, right? Burning Am coming soon. Ha! It's the women that set the fire, I bet. Sally Joe, ready with illustrations. Okay. Benjamin Franklin, how come Manuel doesn't come on your live streams? Manuel's asleep. He lives in the Netherlands. That's generally why. He has come on my live streams. Sometimes we have good chemistry. That is true. Yeah. Kessel Adams' bedtime, presumably. It's like 2 a.m. in North Europe land. He's -1. Yeah, I think he's -1. It's pretty darn late over there. And I said goodnight to him about an hour before the live stream. So look, if you would like to join me to discuss networks or anything else that's not, we'll say, overly personally wrapped up in your personal problems, there is a link. Feel free to jump in. Hopefully Castle will jump in. and then he can ask me smart questions about things I missed, which is always better. It's always better when you have people helping. And that's why we have people like Castle and Sally Joe and Manuel and Ixnon and others to help out, because we are better together. We need a better together thing. Castle, my friend, it is good to see
Here I
you,
am.
sir. How are you doing?
Thank you. I'm doing good. I'm having a week. It's been a week. You know, I've been reflecting on it, and it has been a beautiful Lent. Not an easy one, right? But it has been in keeping with the season down to a T. I'm absolutely loving it. Yeah, there's a lot of you know what? We had predictions last week, and they were accurate. And that's pretty much, yeah. I mean, it's just, consolidation, a large spike in chaos, and yeah, I mean, just the sheer amount of stuff that I had actually even taken for granted. Just last week, which was not perfect, but it was pretty good last week. I remembered actually because we had talked about that, and then I spoke to somebody on the following day, Saturday afternoon, and they said, oh, how was the week and everything? They had a really rough one, and my week was actually pretty good last week. And I said, I'm not convinced it's actually going to last that way, but but at the same time, I was like, I wish you the week I had next week, and hopefully she got it because I didn't, but that's fine. And but no, it's been very good, very very productive. A lot of exciting stuff. You mentioned the book, got a little bit of editing in, but my goodness, sleep deprivation, I tell you, has been just gobbling up a bunch of stuff. But even still, very, very productive. So I'm looking forward to it. And there's not that much stuff. There she is.
Completely overshadowed by Thorstead Sally.
I'm so glad.
This is awesome.
I can't take the spotlight every time.
I'm in heaven. Look at the beautiful virtue cards in weird rainbow colors.
Oh, wow.
It's perfect. This is what it looks like when I have it's like put together and planned out. Weird lighting.
This is awesome. I am beyond over the moon, Sally. This is great.
The sound should be good. I put curtains up all over. Also, I'm not frozen, which is an improvement to when I live stream sometimes.
Yeah.
That is true. Yeah, but Castle, you didn't even bring the hat.
No, I brought
the background, but
I address how I feel on the inside just once in a while.
Even the eyes. It's so
That's so depressing.
I hope.
But also funny.
Yeah.
And I know it's not true. So Ixna, best I can do is reference Happy Together by the Turtles. Yes. Happy together, dun, 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 dun. Is that so? Where do they use that in The Prisoner? I think they use that in The Prisoner, although
perception's a little screwed up. There we go.
What is that?
And a network.
Okay. And a network.
Networking locus.
Yeah.
The locus of the network. I love it. Whoops, I can't move you around. All right. They changed something in StreamYard, so my StreamYard skills are now obsolete. I will have to reinvigorate them. I was going to make that bigger, but now I suddenly don't know how.
I have much better things to make bigger. This just happened to be the notebook that we were working on leadership in that I just happened to pull out today. Oh, gosh.
Oh, nice. There we go. Yeah, it's probably not going to show up too well.
Oh, well.
Oops. There we go. That's a little bit better. Yes, perfect. I love it. Yeah. Well, we'll get all that out on.
It would be good.
I love your outfit, Sally. It's
quality.
Gorgeous.
Leadership is not about the hat. That was what we were discussing.
That's right. That's right. Leadership is not about the hat, unless you're me and you have a hat, in which case it is.
Well, I mean, when you start the live stream and then you talk first on the live stream, maybe it's your live stream.
Yeah, people. He has such a hard time with such simple things, and I'm always like, where are you stuck? Like, oh my goodness, at what layer are you actually stuck? This is not that hard. And I'm always like, oh no. And then I want to help them, and I'm like, maybe you should just go away and do something else and ignore their presence. And I'm like, I can't leave them stuck like that. They'll destroy the world and they won't even realize it. Yeah, very depressing.
Mhm.
So yeah, what did I leave out of network? Sally, you were the one that really wanted to talk about this. So
And yet, I spent the first 30 minutes getting ready and didn't get to listen.
you sabotaged your own live stream again. Good job.
Okay. Only
But
so much.
what things about networks? What questions do you have about networks anyway? And I'll try to answer them.
I was thinking about it as basically an over psychologizing of hierarchy so you could quietly step around it. That's
Yes.
what I was thinking about. It's
Yes,
like
that was what I started with. Was
We-
you're squishing the hierarchy down, not being able to get rid of the connectedness of the world, and then going network like a
I guess
slow person.
into like networking, or like not networking. Hierarchy is not strictly a human evil, because like a lot of critters got hierarchy. Like basically any social critter, like cattle will have a hierarchy, and there'll be a boss cow, and she'll be like smarter or better eyesight or stronger or something than the other cows, and they will follow her so that the one dumb cow doesn't lead everybody off of a freaking pit. Like just yeah.
Right.
Like and that's a good thing. Like it's helpful. And if you make the mistake of getting rid of your good boss cow and you get a shitty boss cow that jumps fences, you know what you'll have? A whole fences. And then you'll have to start over, which well, I mean, you won't have to start over. I mean, most likely much easier to have cows that want to be in the anyway. But like I'm just saying, like this is across everything. It's like hierarchy is not bad, and this demonization of people out in the bigger and the smarter and the prettier, the demonization of the bigger, stronger, and prettier, it sucks. It sucks. It's
No,
not
it
helpful.
destroys the world for everybody. I mean,
Yeah.
Short, easy downside. Josh, it's good to see you, Josh. What is the best? I assume that symbol of the best network. Network's just a map. There's no best. Sorry. All maps are wrong. Some maps are useful.
Some maps are useful.
But networks are arbitrary maps, actually. I think that's all they are. Like, it's not... Again, like, it's ironic that they stole that word from technology. It's always like, are you guys sure that's the word you want to steal? Because I don't think you... Like, you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. It sort of reveals something about your psychology that, it's always, I'm always like this with people, like I get if you're evil, but like, I wouldn't admit it. Like if I were an evil person, I wouldn't say the things that evil people say that reveal that they're evil. That's just me, like,
There's a strangeness that leads people, like if it's mechanical, if it's logical, if it's machine, it's better. It's quicker, faster, stronger, and somehow benign because it's not human.
Right. It's objective. It's objective materiality.
Don't understand that. Like I don't understand why you can't see the human influence on anything humans make. There's no escape from that. There's no escape from this sin nature of man in anything that humans make. That's crazy.
Yeah, I did sort of cover that. Yeah. I mean, I did harp a lot on the people and the peopling, and and I think the bigger problem is that, and this is why the sciencey people invent objective material reality, because they're stuck in the binary, and the binary just leads to nihilism. There's no other way for it to. It has to lead to, especially if you add binary inequality Now you're just saying, well, matter and antimatter collide and destroy each other or something. And it's like, but that didn't happen. So it couldn't be the world we live in. So obviously that's not true, right? But they can't do any of those connections. This is the funny part, right? All these people talk about networks and they know nothing about connections and connectivity. It just cracks me up. I'm like, but so what happened? Wait a minute, Sal, let me finish. So what happens is, and they've got this need to explain why the world is still here despite the equality binary that they're casting into the world, that they're mapping the world with. And what emerges from that is this objective material reality frame. And they just happen to be there so that they can look down on the world and make proclamations. It's really handy if you're them. Yeah, I mean, it's not at all like playing God or, oh, wait a minute. Maybe it is. Never mind. Okay, go ahead, Sally.
One of the things that I considered when you were talking about the networking coming from computer programming is I was thinking about, like, one, the false dichotomy, and then the way computers contact and touch each other is very singular. It's very it's very this. And I was thinking about the way human real networks or relationships should be. And there are plenty of people that you don't have to agree about politics. You don't have to agree about what type of freaking hot dog qualifies as a hot dog, but you could sit and enjoy a baseball game. Or maybe you can't do that, but maybe you all get stuck in traffic and you don't panic and you hand each other water. There's infinite different ways to connect that are a constructed network. It's more it's more like the permeated nature of nature, which that's just the extent to which a person is an organism and what an organism is and how that relates to landscape. It just kills me. People don't understand that. I was doing the Protestant thing. I'm reading a chapter of the Bible like almost every day when I'm feeling righteous anyway. And I was reading Exodus. And Exodus is boring as shit. And I've never done a good job with Exodus. And I'm like, I'm going to read Exodus. I'm going to do it. And I'm reading about the tabernacle. And I'm reading about, like, and then we're going to take this part of the liver and blah. And I'm struggling because then I'm trying to reread everything with my new mind that Peterson helped me crack open a little bit. And then all of a sudden, and Aaron and his sons. And I was like, oh, I know who Aaron is. And then I started connecting to it. And then I started thinking about Aaron and his sons in the context. And then I started thinking about Aaron and his sons eating this portion of the sacrificial meat. And the thing is, as they eat that part of the sacrificial meat, their matter becomes that matter. And then I'm reading about the way they're burning sacrifice perpetually in the temple forever. And then I realized, I'm like, wow, that is continuous indication of sustenance. That's like when humans see green, like the reason we paint stuff green, the reason green is depressing is it tells you there's life, it tells you you're safe. Well, that smell of perpetual food, man, the amount of security, the amount of calmness, the amount of bringing you out of anxiety and fear and panic and the limbic system that could exist in a place where you were perpetually free of fear. And how more you could just get rid of that. And then you have these special people that constantly have gotten rid of that. And they're there to help you. And when you interact with them, the way their nervous system would affect yours, because they're in the place of security, it really, it was great to get that even out of Exodus, because gosh, Exodus. Anyway.
That was good. That was good. Castle, remember earlier when I said artists overconnect things and coughed and said Sally Joe? Anyway, it was a good. Thanks, Sally. You really proved my point there.
I mean, it all made perfect sense to me.
No, I'm not saying it didn't make. I'm not saying she's wrong. She's not wrong. Talk about overconnection, though. I mean, that was brilliant. That's why we keep Sally around, even though she's been dead 3 times. You know the smell, Castle? I've been to her house. The smell, let me tell you.
Oh my gosh.
Rice dead smell. Not good. Not good. She's a hoarder too, I hear. So
Eclectic soon, Mark. When the money rolls in, I'll be eclectic.
that's right. Once we get all the dog-headed books sold on the markofwisdom.org.
Oh, that's right. I finally got paid. I'll probably pick one of those up.
Oh yeah. If you live in the US, they're easy to pick up. If you live anywhere else, I can't sell them to you until I can figure out how to make shipping work on anything.
You are welcome to steal them from Mark's house if you live outside the US. You just have to go there, break in, take the box.
Or just contact me privately and we can work something out for getting one out. Either way, whichever works. So yeah, I mean, one network map is political, and usually we'll say the stupid people just do the two camps, and that's how they map it. And then they map like the people, the voters map back to who they vote for. That's one network map. I mean, it's dumb, but most network maps are actually dumb because most people can't map things because they're dumb, which is why they invented the word kayfabe, because they can't use the word theater or lie, which at least I figured it out, right? I mean, it took until, 6 p.m. today for people to actually just tell me what the hell they were talking about. And it just fell in two camps, theater and lies. And I'm like, okay, what? I just use the word lie when people lie to me, manipulate me. I mean, you can use whatever word you want, but also if you use kayfabe, I won't know what you're talking about because you might just mean somebody's entertaining you. And it's like, well, I mean, I guess, but I don't know if that's bad.
But Mark, kayfabe is given everywhere. It's just given.
Yes, I'm giving a bunch of kayfabes to this idea of kayfabe right now. In fact, I just, I'm so angry. It's like, guys, just use normal words that normal people already know instead of making up new terms for things that I'm not saying that you're not seeing something real. Just the odds that you're going to invent a new word are zero. They're actually zero. You're just not that smart. I'm sorry.
Game, and we're all just LARPing. We're all LARPing all the time. And so we can just start another LARP, just a new one. There's
Sally,
not.
I know where you live, and I have a very fast car, and I can be there in 2 days. I can be there in 2 days.
Pretty dead, Mark. What you
I've
got?
done it before. You're going to be four times dead, Sally, in about 4 seconds.
Too cold
in
for
2 days because it just takes me a little bit to get to the car.
like mid-April.
Castle, I have been there. I know where she lives. Like I've been there. So I'm so why do you do this to me? Why? People have been torturing me all day, Castle. All day. Adam, oh my god, Adam was so funny today. It's just the ultimate inside joke. And I was like, you son of a bitch. Because I know that I'm the only person. There's 3 people on the planet that understood what he said, and I'm one of them. And I'm just like, you bastard. How dare you do that on live stream? Plus, he was watching me because we were on Discord while we were watching the live stream. I nearly died. I really just nearly dropped dead. It was fantastic. Yawn God, there are an infinite number of sounds monkeys can make. Confirmed. Sure, young God. Ixnon, kayfabe is super metagetical. See? Now Ixnon's jumped in. Thanks. Yeah, that's what I needed. I needed more of this bullshit from you clowns.
Is it primordial girl science, Mark?
Primordial. No. Oh, girl science. Oh, not girl science. Primordial girl science. You guys are just going to smash words together just to torture me forever, aren't you?
You do cringe quite well.
Oh my god. It's like, why do people just smash words together? It just occurred to me too, right? Like, yeah, I'm the one using a technical term and applying it to people. I didn't invent social network, dude. Somebody else invented that term. It wasn't me. No, I'm just explaining to you why you both incorrectly and correctly co-opted the word network, ironically not realizing how correct you were. Because you're stupid. Yeah. Stupid is a real theme lately. Like people, like the stupid is just, the problem with the internet is that stupid people, once they flood in, it's a flood of stupidity, and you just get stupid people everywhere. And then the people that stand out are the people that do the work. And then it's a whole I had this whole, wacky discussion too about, Peterson joined DW and what did that do for his reach? And I'm like, increase it? I was like, yeah, but it decreases engagement because paywall. And I'm like, paywalls increase engagement? What numbers are you looking at here? I don't understand. Like, I don't, right?
Also-
And it's all this video game mentality, which, there's a lot of examples of video game mentality out there too. It's just weird.
Illustrate, if you're on one platform and then stay on that one platform and then you add another platform.
Thank you, Sally.
Ooh, platforms. No, both. This is how you have to explain it. I don't know how you.
I did. I basically got down to, can you explain to me how adding a thing subtracts? And that's when they went away. And I'm like, well, I don't like, you described it as an addition and then you said it was a subtraction. But that's the video game mentality. Like, what people are doing is they're saying things like, well, I bet if you were in this situation, this is what you do. And I'm like, you are so disconnected from reality that I can't help you. I wouldn't even dare to try. Like, you're never getting out of that. You are never getting out of that.
It's so special when you're fighting with a person or arguing with a person or having whatever the internet is, twittering with a person, and all of a sudden you realize they're not responding to you. They're responding to an imaginary someone who you've never met.
Right. And you will never meet because it's in their head and you don't have access to them.
Yep. No news.
But that was good, Sally, right? Because so Castle, you like this. So Gavin was doing these live streams and Sally's like, oh, Gavin's just trying to work out something in his marriage. And I was like, what? And then I I had to do the thing, right? I'm like, oh yeah. He brings every example back to marriage, no matter what you say to him, right? He'll talk about a problem, quote, in the world, right? He'll say like, well, like the problem that I've had is that when I try to start projects, blah, 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 blah. And I'll go, okay, as a project manager, among many other things, I'm like, okay, here's how you address that. And he'll go, yeah, but in a marriage. And I was always like, what? Wait, what? Why that? Why are you taking everything down to that? And then Sally schools me and I'm like, oh, and then I saw it and I was like, oh no, this is horrible. Why would you get on a live stream and start trying to work out your marriage issues?
Well, and this is an excellent argument why having a theme and a characterization and basically like just self-impose several filters helps you get properly, because there are things to put on live stream and there are things not to put on live stream.
Right.
You're wrong to discuss them. It's an unfair tragedy to you to sacrifice them to the world. And this is actually an argument I have for what an artist is. If you're not making propaganda, and I know you disagree with propaganda, but anyway, if you're not intentionally making propaganda, if you're really doing the artist thing and you're really doing your work, a lot of that is sacrificing your internal mental privacy for the rest of the world to feel less lonely. So your changed how you are gets put out and people see it. And like, if you've done it well, one or two of them are like, oh, I felt that way and I didn't know anybody else ever had. And necessary for the artist, but as soon as the CEO starts doing it, he's vulnerable, he's weak, the other company can come at him and take his throat out.
Right.
Or presidential leader or whatever, which is like part of while I was doing other professions, I did not put my art out. In fact, I just hid my art. I hid all of it. I kept it very appropriate at that time. It was appropriate to not share the things that made me vulnerable at certain times in certain ways.
That makes sense. Ixnon, on stuckness. That was the last live stream, bro. That was yesterday.
Stuckness was good.
You're way behind now. I think feeling stuck is disconnected from exploration. Is feeling disconnected from exploration. Yes. Maybe somebody's told you you're part of a network, and so you're stuck and you can't explore, because that definitely happens, right? Peterson points the way out of that, but he seems to be stuck in exploration. Peterson is stuck in exploration because he can't build a network correctly, because networks can't be built that way. And this actually came up earlier today in the PVK live stream, right? The problem with things like ARC is, well, there's lots of problems. The main problem is they're not elites, right? And so they're not even thinking about the right things in the right way, because they're not elites. Like, elites don't have to worry about things that non-elites worry about. Just part of the hierarchy. And they're not trying to impose top down correctly. Now, Peterson needs to do, in order for Peterson to interact with hierarchy, he needs to do one of two things: lead, or be the authority that points to a leader. That's all he has to do. He hasn't done those things. And so he's stuck in exploration mode, desperately wanting to build something and ending up creating networks left, right, and center. Irresponsibly, I might add. That's what's happening. Other people are reading this as some type of success. And it's like, well, the problem with success is a tricky concept, right? Like, if you didn't intend to build a following and you build a following, were you successful? No. That's the problem. Like, the fact that followings happen with or without your will is irrelevant, right? It doesn't measure anything at all, because that's going to happen. Will it happen to you? Probably not. You're a loser. It'll be fine. But it might, right? And it might by accident. And that happens all the time, right? But that's not success, because you had no telos in mind and you did not achieve a telos. Success is measurable. Randomness is not measurable. Yawn God, I hope you feel bad about this, Castle. I'm going to take your eye twitches as knowing that I am correct. And Castle responds with psyop by a very dry room. Eyeball big dry. Is that, are you doing Og speak now? Og, eyeball big dry.
Yeah.
Og, twitch, eyeball.
Sorry, just one thing. Sally, does your cup have feet? Is that what I saw?
This is a cup I made. But you know what about this cup is interesting? This cup is a figure of a bowl.
Yeah.
I was learning about shrinkage in ceramics, and I was trying to make a soup bowl that was walking away. But I got it wrong, and I got a delightful coffee cup. The coffee cup was a total success. The bowl was a total failure. That's what life is like.
I saw you drink out of it, and I saw feet, and I had to ask.
I love this cup, even though it is just a shrunken soup bowl. It is one of my best things I made in ceramics, and I very much hope that when I get my kiln going, I can figure it out and make more of them, because dishes that look like they're escaping please me.
If you can make like a set of dinner plates with feet, I'll buy them.
No, I will not be making a set of anything.
All right, shut up. Young God, why you skip the relevant posts, Mark? Okay, Young God, let me explain something to you. This is 99.9% of your problem in life. This is my effing live stream. I decide what's relevant, dude. It's not that hard. Okay, you don't decide that. You don't know that. You can't determine that, because it's mine. It's that simple. You're welcome to participate any way you wish. You come join the Discord server and actually do something useful. It's up to you.
Ooh,
I'm not going to sweat either way. Love to have you. Love to have everybody on board. But hey, we leave people behind all the time. People jump off the ship all the time. Don't care. Sorry, I don't have time to care. Like, literally hundreds of people at this point. So I don't know what to tell you. It's my live stream. I determine what's relevant and what's not. Sorry. RJ, I just want to say 3X Dead Sally's aesthetic is a success.
Thank you.
That's we needed RJ's approval. It was good to see you, RJ. I'm glad you like Sally's thing. I thought it was fantastic. And now I get to make fun of Castle because Sally wins. So that's always good to know.
It's good. Someone else had to.
I looked we were at IKEA the other day, and I looked, and there were no parrots. Okay, X-Man, there were no parrots. I looked, I had tigers, which I think I have one of because I have a box of tigers somewhere. And they had kittens and puppies and lions and all fish, all kinds of things. Not a bird in sight, much less a parrot. We're still looking for parrots. We're still
If you
looking.
eat that beaver, you could get his tiny beaver and just keep it.
That beaver has been building 8-inch leaf and clay and stick cofferdams every night for the past like 5 days, and I'm getting really angry. And he was out there today swimming around in the light, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy me a freaking shotgun. I'm gonna take care of this beaver right now. This guy's pissing me off. Majorly angry.
Your biggest nemesis cannot be a beaver, Mark. We need nemesis or we're never gonna improve.
Oh, Claire Cock came back to the live stream, Sally. So
that count. She's an enemy of the world, not you. You need a personal enemy.
Oh, she won't come anywhere near me after I eviscerated her that time. How many years ago? Man, that was fun. I remember that so fondly. Man, that was the best day I probably had in, I don't know, 20 years, man. That was so much fun. I should never be allowed to do anything like that again. That is just dangerous.
So fine with just leaving. It was better for me. I just needed to leave. Oh my
Young God, my friend, it's good to see you.
Oh.
I just have one question, if it matters.
Sure.
When you read my posts, when you read my comments, and you misread them, does it matter? Does it matter that you
Not to
can't
me.
read my
No,
post?
It doesn't matter at all. No.
Yeah. Isn't that great? Isn't that
Yeah,
great?
I think it's wonderful.
My post. He doesn't
Yeah.
read.
Bruce.
We know this. Yeah,
So this madness is just part of the fun. That's what this is, right?
If you think it's madness, then yeah. I mean,
No, it is madness because I write something and you misread it, and it's
I
fun and
misread posts
games.
all the time. That's not you. Like you're not being persecuted unequally from every other person on the planet. Why are you special? Why do you think you're special? I don't understand.
It has nothing to do with special. It has to do with navigating patterns. Language is a pattern. You are unable to navigate that pattern, and then you shit on my comment like it means not. Like I know it means nothing, but let's not fuck around. Navigating patterns, and then you can't read it, and then you shit on me because you can't read what I wrote.
Why are you making these irrelevant connections in the world? Like I don't. I mean, you're just bitching about a bunch of stuff that doesn't only apply to you.
What's the comment?
Oh,
I have no idea what he's talking about. I never have any idea what he's talking about, but that's okay. Like, it's not like I don't. Very self-important, very me, which whatever. Like I'm totally used to this, the internet, but also, right? But also video game. Like he's a video game reality person, right? He's actually talking to Jacob, and he's like, I don't remember the whole thing. I was gonna clip it,
like
but
simulation sort of thing.
No, he was going like, Jacob, if aliens came down and they talked to you, and then they said this, and then you said that, and I was just like, so you're taking Jacob, putting him in a video game reality, and then simulating what he'd do, and you think this is a valid way to think about people in the world? How interesting. But that's the like we've been tracing this, like there's these people who are so used to video games that they just cast things into the world in this weird way. And I'm always like, what are they doing? And then I couldn't figure it out for a few years now. I've been like, what is this? What do I call this? It's like, oh, it's video game reality. They're actually creating a video game version and then putting the characters in it and then predicting what would happen. And that's the way they understand the world.
Yeah, but isn't that just standard sort of coping stuff that people do, make straw men or assume lots of things about some pattern they think they've realized so that they can feel better about themselves to some degree because they can kind of beat up the straw men in their brain. It's kind of like the shower arguments people have, let's put them in a fake world and beat them up.
I have slowly explained to Jan got multiple times in chat that Mark gets it wrong too. Just tell him again. Because you can tell Mark again. You can even tell Mark you don't know why you think a thing, and he'll listen to you. But Jan got in bad faith and be some kind of giant proof Mark's an idiot. It's like, oh, good. Okay.
If someone misreads something and then responds to it, is it they misread it? Like, what do you want to do with that?
I do it all the
just tell them
time,
again.
Bruce. I do it to everybody. He's the only one who's upset about it. And that's not a hint? Okay, I guess. Like, I don't think what would be a hint? What standard of evidence would you accept for this is a you problem and not a world problem?
Also,
Right.
world where you can decide to be a flawless Jesus about it either. It's not like, oh yes, I'll never misunderstand your text again from this moment on. I just want to.
Yeah. I don't think. I mean, I hope perfection's not required, right? I mean, that's not going to happen.
Well, it is, right? And I think, yeah, that's what they equate. Well, and they equate intelligence, like it's age of gnosis, right? So just to fill out Teo's bingo card, I guess it's age of gnosis. They equate having lots of knowledge and being a genius or intelligent or smart or high IQ with also being flawless and perfect and good. And it's like none of that is connected in any of those ways whatsoever. But they want the video game reality. That's what they want. And I think true, Bruce. I mean, the rise, because there was like, look, man, I've been on the internet a long ass time,
Yeah.
right? There is a change. Straw men were not a common thing on the early internet at all. And people in general in society were not the types of people that were engaging in a way where they were presuming what other people were going to say or think, or like the number of times I've heard people say, well, I think the argument you're going to make next is, or some variation of that is like, and people do that in debates. Like this was one of those, it was some Christian guy it's Trent Horn. I think it was Trent Horn and
Catholic Answers.
Destiny did a debate, which was not a debate. I'm like, first of all, you guys seriously have to use language correctly.
I know.
That is not the format of a debate. That is not how you do a debate. I mean, you got 3 people and one of them's a moderator. That's a big upgrade for debate, but also that's not how a debate is done. And what does Destiny do? Instead of making any kind of case at all, I think I made it 10 minutes through the video, and then I was just like, all right, I cannot do this.
I know, it's brutal. Yeah, those people are brutal.
He's brutal because you watch Destiny and you are losing IQ points at a rate you cannot imagine. Like maybe you'll recover them, but also why take the chance? Right. But you are definitely losing IQ points because all he does is make up stories and lie about everything. Almost everything he says is a fact is actually wrong, which is hysterical to me because I'm like, how do you get away with that on the internet? And yet he does. But what he was doing was his opening statement was, Trent Horn had the first cut, I think. And his opening statement was, well, I think in defense, the defense you would use is this. And then he dismantled that. And I'm like, how is this an acceptable way to interact with another human being ever under any circumstances? Like literally any circumstances that you happen to encounter in the world. How is that even acceptable?
The man's right there in front of you. You don't have to assume or try and extrapolate anything. You can ask them.
Right.
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
And he didn't. And then he fought the straw man that he made in the moment. And I'm like, what? And
typical.
He was doing weird things too. Like, I think if I remember correctly, he actually said the best argument for this is, and it's of course it's not, because he wouldn't know the best argument. He's retarded. He's actually retarded, right? Because of the video game, right? Well, he doesn't. It's weird, right? People can't put 2 and 2 together. Admitting you play video games 10 hours a day means you cannot know about politics and history and geopolitics. You can't.
Yeah.
There's not enough time in the day to learn those things and video game for 10 hours. Okay. It's just a time problem. There's a hard constraint here, right? Oh, I've been video gaming 10 hours a day on Twitch for, 30 years or 20 years or 10 years or 5 years. It's like, bro, have you learned to cook, fix a car, clean a house, basic carpentry, sail a boat, knots, because you got to learn knots anyway, whether you sail a boat or not. cut down trees. I like
No, I'm going to tell you their answer, Mark. I'm going to tell you their answer to that.
Go ahead.
Okay, boomer.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
Right?
hard worker who
Yeah.
actually put in the time and learned stuff, while all I did was play video games and then look everything up on Wikipedia that we know is lying to me, and then extrapolate a bunch of stuff and infer it like I do with my video game. It's like, okay, dog. Thanks.
Do you remember when Wiki came on the scene? Right? You and I were online a lot back then.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember it was seen as a ridiculous source or a place you should really kind of stay away from? Now
because it was all amateurs.
Common news. It
Right.
still is.
It was unpaid amateurs. And this is there's an old trope. And I don't remember the original. Well, I don't remember the original story, but like it's one of these interesting little complicated stories where the guy interviews somebody and he like aces the interview, right? He answers all the boss's questions, and the boss goes like, what motivates you? And he says like, well, I really want to do a really good job for the company. And the boss says, thank you. We'll get in touch with you. Right. And the next guy comes up and he says, well, I'm really motivated by, whatever, improving whatever product it is. And the boss is like, okay, we'll contact you later. Right. And the third guy comes up and he says, my motivation is money. And the boss goes, you're hired. And the moral of the story is, as a boss, you want to know that the motivation of the person is something that you have some control over. Right. Because you're there to work under them towards their goal.
That's a good point.
You can't trust somebody who has an idea like, oh, I want to save the earth, and that's why I'm working for your company. It's like, but your idea of how to save the earth, A, may be wrong. B, may just not match mine. We both might be right, but also you're working for me. And if you have one idea for how to save the earth and I have a different idea for how to save the earth, this isn't going to work out. But if your motivation is money, and that's the thing I have most of, because that's what businesses have most of generally, then we can work together. Like there's a connection that can be made there, right? And people don't understand this because they see money as evil or corrupting or what. I'm like, no, bro. And it's not always appropriate. Like in programming, I want a programmer who's passionate about solving problems. That's what I want. But also, I've never cared about money, probably why I'm poor. Different problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's interesting though, right? Because you have something changed in the ethos, right? Or in the work sphere or any of those sorts of things where your worth and meaning was tied up in your employment, right?
Yeah.
And so they did a really good job of kind of hoodwinking people into thinking you're not working to make means, or the only way you could really do well here is to invest personally into the company you're in. So I need you to be on the same telos page with regards to the business outcomes, and not I want to make a living and I want to keep my job and keep making more money, right? And that changed how people hire.
Yeah, anything outside of the company. Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot of people who got a job, right, because they had a family, and that was literally the only reason, because they weren't fit for that job at all. And I'm not saying they did a bad job or anything in that job. It's just that there were better candidates for cheaper, but also like people like the personal connection, and those are the jobs you want because they'll keep you. And you're right; it shifted at some point, and I think that this is why I struggle with Peugeot sometimes. Jonathan Peugeot saying, well, it's about identity. And I'm like, well, boy, I hate it when you use that term that way, but he's not wrong, right? Because when you have a strong identity, we'll say emanating down from your religious structure, the appeal of a job is not going to be within the job. It's going to be what it enables you to do outside of the job, and only outside of the job.
That's right.
And that's a whole different way to approach the world. But when you have a collapse of these religious structures to provide the meaning, and all meaning comes from religion, solve the meaning crisis. Well, at least gave you the solution to the meaning crisis. then you're immune to that stuff. Like you'd never fall for it. Those businesses can't operate because there's nobody there that will work for them in that way. Anthony
Absolutely.
B. I guess we're calling him Anthony now. That's fine. Learning knots. FTW. I literally spent I spent an hour my Saturday last week looking up knots. I've got to find my little book.
Knots.
Yeah, I've got several books. Well, I probably have 2 or 3 books on knots. Anyway, but I've got a nice little white and blue book somewhere. It's a little one though, and I don't think it's in here. It's not in here.
I'm not interested in your propositions, Mark. You can take your knots and go away. It's just the stuff that moves the thing.
Well, so here's the funny part. So the other day I had the golf cart out and I had to pull some yucca trees, and like they were, 3 and 4 foot trees out of the back of the house here, right in front of my window, in fact, right, for Sarah. And I was like, well, I ain't gonna haul these across the yard. It's a pain in the ass, and they're spiky and you don't want to get near them. So I grabbed a rope and I grabbed the golf cart, and I was like, well, what I need is one of those knots that you slip it over the thing, and then you tighten it and it auto tightens, right? And then you can easily untighten it. And like, I used to know the names, but I don't remember the stupid names anymore. Names are just stupid propositions. This is why you can burn all the books. Everything will be fine, right? And then I just tied one. And I'm like, oh, I don't know how I did that. That's fine. Because it's so into me, because I was a Boy Scout and I did 4-H club and I'm a sailor. So like, I just have to think of the knot I need, and then it just happens, right? But that's sloppy. Like, I should be better practiced. So
yeah. Well, I think I've always thought that was good practice to know those sorts of things, but I never committed much time to them personally, because they didn't have much utility to me. I learned all the things I know about construction life and man work of doing the thing,
right?
From middle school, working masonry with my family.
Me
So
too.
that I never really had to learn its particulars, right? Same with driving or boating or anything like that. You just went, and I'm sure there would have been better ways to do things, but it's fine. It works out. I'm still here.
All right.
I didn't die on the water.
Benjamin Franklin. We're rolling dice.
Oh,
The idea of a video game reality is really good. Thank you. I like it too. I think gamer philosophers do it all the time. Like, if a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it fall, does it make a noise? Yeah, that is the world's dumbest philosophical question.
yeah. It's such a stupid question, though. That's not a good question.
No, it's easy to answer because, and this is why I ask the questions about definitions. If you define the words, the answer pops out of the definitions instantaneously every freaking time. All you have to do is get them to nail down, what do you mean by here? And what do you mean by noise? That's it. Once you define those 2 terms, that philosophical question gets answered. And it won't resolve to a single answer.
I see.
Right, because it depends on the meaning, or not the meaning, the definition of noise and the definition of here.
Right. Well, that's a good point. I usually go a slightly different direction, although still similar. My direction is more, how do you justify your belief or worldview that this would even be a possibility to propose? Right. So how do you justify this worldview?
Right.
So and it kind of gets to the same thing. Define your terms effectively, but justification of the worldview brings that up, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's another approach to get the data out.
But it's such a dumb question, though.
Mm-hmm. It really is.
Yeah. It only bothers me because it feels so many people think it's profound. Right.
Sally, what's your favorite dumb philosophical question? He asked knowingly. That may or may not involve trolley tracks and people.
Who is God? That's the only one.
No. You like the trolley problem.
Oh, I don't know if I like the trolley problem. I find the trolley problem, like, it was trite from the second I ever heard it. And I made the philosophy table children very uncomfortable.
But what do you do? How do you measure weights? How do you measure value of life? What do you do?
Oh, okay. So here's the thing. So I went going to SIUE, so Southern Illinois University, very liberal school. It was in like the top 15. And I'm out at a tabling day, and like I had an interest in philosophy, I thought, because I don't know, wanted to talk to somebody about the weird ideas in my head, and art was boring me. And the trolley kids, the philosophy children asked me the trolley question, and I was like, who's putting these people on the tracks? They're like, oh, you don't know that. And they're like, so do you jump or do you throw the other person? And I'm like, well, I think I'd throw both of us, but like, is this a one time? And they're like, no, don't worry about that. I'm like, okay, I would throw the fattest person, and then I would live to find out who's putting these people on the track and stop them forever. They have to be. Lots of kids were like, we've never heard that answer before. And they're just like, ah. And I'm like, what? Like, you got one obese person, you got me. Because, like, I was like, who's heavier, me or the person you got to throw? And they're like, well, the person you got to, for some reason, they said the person I got to throw was fatter than me. And I was like, okay, well, then they're more likely to stop the train, and I got to figure out who's killing people, so I'm throwing them. Like, sorry, one fat for 5 people. I'm okay with it. I got to kill this.
That's probably a good idea.
That's setting up these weird train incidents. And like, they just never conceived of the idea that a person would feel obligated to go stop this psychopath that's putting people on the train tracks. And I'm like, well, I know now. I'm completely obligated. And I'm like,
yeah, but do you know how that happens? Because this is actually funny. The way that happens is that problem is a problem that is embedded within a series, within a sequence of other problems to demonstrate something very specific. And when you take it out of that setting, it doesn't work anymore because it just sounds stupid. Mainly because the people that do that are stupid. Like, it's like, and that's what's funny about it. And of course, they are not well trained enough to understand why that has to come in a sequence with another series of questions, because it's designed to do something very specific.
Well, whatever that is why any 4 average Marines defeat every AI to date.
Right,
because
right.
The Marines have just like wore a box, dressed as a tree, walked weird. Sometimes they've just hopped on one foot, and no AI can pick them up and kill them yet.
Pick them up, yeah,
because they just don't walk like people. And this, like, they're like, the crayon eating meme is a meme for a reason with Marines.
Yep.
Mental skill set, like, still.
But that's great. We need those crayon eating people like that. I mean, it's, you know,
still defeating every AI known to man. So, absolutely.
I'm not even sure that I wouldn't be one of the crayon eating people had I been put into that scenario at a young age and developed that way. I might be that way. I don't know.
Don't tell Bruce. Don't tell Bruce that we think he's a crayon eater. Ixnod. Bruce sounds like a good Van Tillian. Can only get away
true.
with that.
He got me. He got me.
I know Bruce so well. I also knew that Ixnon's statement was correct.
The crayon isn't about dumbness.
Although
though.
I don't know Ixnod. He might be poking fun at me on that one. I don't know.
It's hard to tell with him. He's pretty smart.
The crayon eating thing is more about will to do than dumbness. People say it's about dumbness, but it's
right.
Will to do. That's why the Marines think it's a great joke to take crayons and take pictures of them. Like, just it's like, oh yeah, we're willing. Like, it's just different.
Yeah, I know.
I dig it. I think that's great.
Yeah. The Southerners do that to the Northerners all the time, right?
I know they try.
They play the part. They play the part on purpose just to make them go away, and the Northerners are so stupid they fall for it, and then everyone's
we still know they're retarded. Listen, they're still retarded. I mean, by and large, like on the whole. Okay, what's the IQ average in the South versus the North? Let's be honest now. They're retarded down there.
You're not
right.
Gonna
Right. Unfortunately, there's an inverse correlation between IQ and intelligence. Everyone's got it wrong.
That's also true.
Who invented the tow truck? Was it anybody in the North? Hell no. It was the South.
No,
Long live the South.
absolutely. I'm not saying the North is useful in utility necessarily.
Yeah. It's yeah. It's man. Are you part of a network, Bruce? Did you hear any of my network talk?
I didn't. I'm sorry. I came in too late. I saw you guys were still rolling. And I was like, I gotta
That's
hop
all right.
on if I can. But yeah,
Always. No, we were talking
I'm
about
sorry.
networks. I was
Am I
talking
part
about
of a
that
network?
being the
Yeah, dude.
that was the flattening of the hierarchy. That's why
Right now, I'm part of a
stole the term
/24.
network. Well, they stole it from technology, which it just nobody knows that, but I don't know why. It
Yeah.
should be obvious, but
Right now, I'm part of a /24 network. Later I'll be a part of a /30. Like,
that's only funny to me, but that's okay. This has been the inside joke day. You should have seen what Adam did to me on the Vanderclay live stream. It's such a troll. It was awesome. It was awesome.
Listen, I guess we're in little cults according to the chat. So we get the inside jokes because we're in the cult.
The people with the video game reality who are trying to understand the world have spoken from their seat of authority. People who are trying to figure out the world have figured it out, and now they've made proclamations. I find such things quite amusing. They don't even have definitions for the words they're using, and they're just using those words and expecting me to care. Like, okay, bro. The threats. I've gotten threats too. I get so many threats today. Like, because the Vander Turkey people were just very upset that I was there and asking questions. Because they did this whole thing where we're doing estuary, but we're going to talk about arc, but we're doing estuary, so we can talk about anything you want. And I was like, isn't that a little bit of a contradiction? I mean, it isn't.
Also, like, what does that mean?
Right. That's the funny thing.
It doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It's like
that's the
post-modernity on fire.
Yeah, it's post-modernity. Sally, did you see any of the PVK live stream?
I watched pieces of it and mostly read chat and threw out snide comments because they make me cranky. They
They do.
One of the nice things about not being a part of them is not having to see them and worry or be confused by them.
Right.
Being able to pop in from time to time if it's convenient, but I don't really. But to be fair, that falls in line with whatever their estuary thing is, because I could do that according to them, right?
But
and be a part of the thing.
But this was the that's right. There's no penalty for not participating until you want to, and then like they don't understand that. But like this is where partly the topic comes from, right? Because they're the ones trying to grab people and say you're part of this network, and it's like, why do you think this person is part of your little project? And they kind of do it constantly.
Well, and thing, the more they'll kick you out. So
right. Yeah, if you do anything, they'll throw you out. That's for sure.
Ignore you, because I really don't feel like I've ever been taken seriously. Because I say words and they don't listen to me as such. So whatever.
Well, to be fair, Sally, I mean, even on Jacob's stream, you don't stay in your lane. So
wait, what's Sally's lane?
How is he? We don't know. Gavin said Gavin's an information technology expert, which let me tell you something. Gavin is not, but thinks he is. Right? And he told Sal she needs to stay in her lane. And I nearly drove off the road. I was driving to Chapel Hill. I nearly drove right off the highway. I was like, what? Excuse me? That level of misogyny? Really? That's impressive. And they haven't addressed it yet because they're all like, that's how they are. They're misogynists.
we're dealing with heartache and sad times, and we're just crying at the wrong place. So, whatever.
Yeah.
I can't be mad at all the sad guys on the internet. It's not useful.
No,
Right.
definitely not. You pity them,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah,
No,
it's just, man.
games feminizing them. I recently used AI to write an article on it. I think it was really accurate. Pushes you into a passive stance, and you become more feminine. And then you're mad because it's kind of gay.
Yeah, that's on the server. That's on the Discord server. You can see the
It's
AI
kind of
results.
gay.
Kind of funny.
Kind of gay.
Yeah, it's it's sad too. Although I think Sally finally came to the conclusion that Gavin is really just
I don't
not.
know. I don't remember him. I don't. Doesn't he have
Just
like a
Oh, you
southern accent
wouldn't.
with glasses?
You
people say
wouldn't.
stuff, and I want to see opportunity and possibility. Mark, is that so wrong?
How
Is
many
it?
years? How many years, Sally?
Oh no, I can't tell time.
It's true. People in South Dakota don't have clocks or anything. They,
Lane,
But
okay.
even if they did, they wouldn't know how to read them. So
Time is not in my time. Time is not girl science, Mark. Time is not girl. How even
I can confirm that.
Bruce is
Yeah.
married. He knows all about girl science, Sally. You're not going to slip one past him.
I get it.
Here's the
Listen,
good-
it's okay.
made me mad before, for reasons, and that's enough.
Yeah.
Girl science.
Girl science. I love it.
It's yeah.
Well,
I mean,
it was nice though. It was nice, right? Because Sally actually reached out to me and said, "You were right, Mark. Gavin's just not that bright." And I was, unfortunately, not. And he just will not cooperate with anyone. It is horrible, horrible how bad he is. He's like, "Well, I don't want to do that." And it's like, bro, you did. I mean, his moniker was Hero Looking for Group. So like, we were like, okay, we have a group. Would you
Hero looking for a group?
Yeah, that's
self-applied.
Yeah,
he's looking for a group. I was like, perfect. And then he's like, oh, I don't know you because we've never really talked privately. I'm like, I never asked you to talk privately, and you're not gonna know me like that. So good.
What is wrong with people?
I reached out to him because he did, he had his little YouTube channel, and like he was like, "Oh, I'm looking for people, community blah, all the buzzwords, right?" And then I'm like, "Hey, bro, like, what do you want to do? What could we?" Oh no, all pushback. And I was like, "What is wrong with this person? Like, why would you make a video and then like shun anybody who reached out to you? Like, I don't get it. Like, what am I missing?"
I mean, I do waste Mark's time a lot, but it makes me depressed when it's completely useless. At least things that I waste time on my own personal wasting his time might be eventually useful. But then when I just can't tell. I can't tell. I don't know why I can't tell.
It only took 3 years, Sally. Well, has it been 4? Maybe 4. Maybe it's been 4 years. I don't remember.
Probably 4.
It's been a long time. Gavin was a very early denizen of BOM. And yeah, and like they used to advertise their little YouTube channels that they were encouraged to set up. And it's just like, some people should not have YouTube channels. Some people should not get on YouTube and start trying to work out their marriage issues on a live stream. Like, they just shouldn't be doing this.
I mean, yeah. We used to deal with this in a different way. We got rid of institutions, and now people have created their own institutions online in these communities.
In the network.
Yeah.
The whole network, right?
The network, yeah.
Well, it is. I mean, that's a platform is just promising you a network and reach and all that other nonsense. It's like, that's not how that works.
Potentially, yeah.
Right. I mean, you can
build. That's kind of true, I guess. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, those are terms they use, right? It's a social network.
Yeah.
And
right.
And you can build in it, and some people can. I mean, just that those people can also build without it. And that's the sample everybody misses. almost everybody that tries to build anything on any of the social networks fails. You miss that data because
Absolutely.
you don't see the failures, right? And then it's like, oh, you see people succeed, and you're like, aha, I'm going to be one of them because all the people who are successful. It's like,
Well, the
you're a
barrier to
little
entry,
logic problem.
is so low. Like when you
Right.
were a kid and you wanted to be an
Right.
astronaut, you're like, listen, hey, it's a fun, by the time you're about 8 years old, 10 years old, 12, maybe you're like, all right, this astronaut thing is impossible to achieve. Like, but people are watching whomever online, Sargon of Akkad or something. And like, I could do that.
Mhm.
Let me just turn on the YouTube. Let me just hit record.
Right.
There's
And the
no barrier
number
to
of
entry there.
people, right? And the number of people that sort of infer my goal. They're like, oh, you want to get 1 million subs? I'm like, oh my goodness, do I not want anything like 1 million subs ever? And it's
But even if
funny,
you
right?
did, what's the problem with that, considering where they are? Like, isn't that what you're supporting? The man getting lots of subs? Like, why is that a problem?
Right. But they think that's the only reason why anybody would start a YouTube channel. And I'm like, goodness, no. It's funny because PBK talks about this all the time. He's like, I don't think I want a bigger YouTube channel. And then Jacob's like, you need to have a bigger YouTube channel. And then he's like, I don't think I want to be. And it's just back and forth. And it's so funny to watch. It's completely hysterical.
Okay. What a waste of time.
Yeah. Everything's a waste of time nowadays. Everyone's just wasting their time in the network. The network. Castle, you've been too quiet. Say something interesting.
I've just been here. I don't know.
He's just been here. Yeah.
I'm too busy networking.
Right now, you're networking right now.
Yeah, this is it. That's what it looks like. See how much progress I've made. Yeah. No, I don't know. I'm just here reading my little Lent devotional booklet they gave me. Pretty nice, But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of that thing. I don't really have anything to contribute because I don't know who most of these people are. So
you don't have to know who they are to know the pattern.
Yeah, we're looking at the pattern, right?
Yeah, I mean, I
of,
see that. Yeah, I just
Like
I
Jacob-
can't I haven't seen any of this stuff play out.
Oh no, but yeah, we're looking to see what you've seen in your life. Like Jacob had this guy on. Well, he didn't have him on, but I guess he was goading Jacob because they're all part of this network, right? They're all watching each other's Twitter and stuff. And this guy Pete, and Pete is like, Pete must have a rough life. Pete is not. And I think he's smarter than Gavin, but maybe by like 3 IQ points. Pete is really slow, like really slow. So he's got this whole thing where he's saying, Jesus is Judean, not Jewish, because he doesn't have anything in common with the modern Jews. And Jacob's trying to explain to him how amazingly wrong that is. Doing clever, tricky things like reading the Bible. And Pete is like having none of it. And
the
it's
genealogy is like right there in the text.
Well, yeah. but he's like, yeah, but he was born in Judea, and then he's getting all the geography wrong, like all of it, which is just hysterical. And Jacob's being super patient with him, although Jacob's pretty peaked. Like he's pretty peaked the video. And then he's just like, no. And then like Pete will just hit a wall and like stare and start to drool a little bit. And it's just like, this is not a good look. And he's like, you haven't engaged my video. And it's like, your video is wrong. And he's telling you what's wrong about it. And the whole time there was some term. I don't know any of these stupid terms. I don't know these people. He's like, you're a blah, 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 which is a school of thought that agrees with this idea that Jesus couldn't have been Jewish because the Jews are different now. And therefore it's inappropriate to call him Jewish somehow. It's just probably the dumbest thing that has ever existed in the history of all possible human thought. And he's like, no, I'm not one of those. I don't even know who they are. And it's like, yeah, but if you don't know who they are and you reinvented the stupid thing that they have, you're one of them. Like, this isn't that hard. But no, Pete, nope, not getting through to him. I feel bad. I was watching. I'm like, this is a bad look, bro. It's really bad luck. You should not be on the internet at all, saying anything to anyone ever, because it's not good. You're not helping people. But you might, Castle, you've got experience with people who are like beyond their capacity, we'll say, or trying to be, right?
Yeah. I mean, but I just, back away slowly, and then just go somewhere else. Like I generally don't stick around very long. I am very, I wouldn't say quick to do it, but like it's really nothing off me if I just kind of like cut people out sometimes. And like I don't do it willy-nilly or anything, but it's happened enough that it's just kind of like, okay.
No, that's
I don't
fair,
really
dude.
have
That's
use for that.
wise. I think that's wise, dude. You don't need
Yeah.
to stick around with imbeciles or any place that's unuseful. Like it's not a good use of time usually.
I appreciate it. I mean,
once you say your piece and you've done whatever the work may be to talk to them as human beings in respect, you don't have to stay around,
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, generally, I feel like I can be a better influence from afar anyway, and it's just, and not attending to them directly, just by doing something good. And then it's just like, okay, well, they'll hopefully benefit in some sort of roundabout way or whatever. Because I realize with a lot of people, especially people that are kind of going down a super, rough route, that it's like, well, I can't be a lifeguard for everybody.
Right.
And it's like, and that assumes that you can swim, right? But it's like I can pay attention to one or two people and like assist them with stuff on occasion, and like those slots are already taken up, so that's just kind of.
But you need to save the world. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, I just ask the people that can
Well,
nicely.
right, and that's the thing. Like maybe you can save like some type of person or some situation, right? But not all of them. And if you can't make the discernment between those, or people, and this is what people are using networks for, they're trying to drag you into the network and then saying, well, you're part of this network and therefore you have to do this or act this way. Or that was that was the big split with me and those little cults. Was they were talking about one of my live streams where I said, here are the rules for joining the live stream. Like I actually said that. I don't even do that anymore because I was just so pissed after it happened. I'm like, I'm not even doing this anymore. I am not explaining myself. This is my show. And if you don't like it, go away. Like I won't miss you. I don't even know you. It'll be fine. And it was this big argument about you weren't doing a just chatting stream. Well, it's not called a just chatting stream. So of course I wasn't doing a just chatting stream. It was on and on and on. And I was just like, I don't have time for this anymore.
It's supposed to be just chatting, whatever that means.
Well, and I wasn't like approaching it the way this particular person wanted. And I was like, it's my live stream on my YouTube channel. Like, I don't understand why you think you get to set the rules. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And I did set the rules up front. That person was warned and they didn't behave. And it's not even like I kicked them or anything. I just said, like, you can't do that. And they got very upset. And I was just like, why are we living in this bizarre? And then they were like, well, you're part of this network. And I'm like, well, then I don't want to be part of this network. If you're going to impose rules on me for my live stream, then no, I'm not part of your network. Go away. And that was sort of what led to this. I gotta catch up on comments. Ixnon, Jacob, you are a person who won't take rebuke. Pete, I'm not rebuking you. I'm disagreeing with you. That was probably the most hysterical part of that conversation, right? Pete totally misunderstood that Jacob was rebuking him, even though it was 100% clear. Pete was like, I'm not rebuking you. Jacob's just like, no, I'm rebuking you, dude. It's just like hysterically funny.
Your approach to, if you're not going to be able to help someone, or if they're basically, I lost my English. There will be times when it is like you're doing you have an amount of being able to discern who you can and can't help. And what I
Right.
would say is, if you find yourself a person who's not good at that, it is good to recruit others who might be good at that. And one of the ways perhaps you could figure out that would be by picking someone who is different than you distinctly.
Right.
And I'm kind of speaking this as my discernment initially, especially because I just see opportunity. Just like people are so capable and they're so mad
Mm.
and they could so do anything. I swear they could. They could if they would just try harder. But they don't. They won't. And then it spins me out into nothing. And then I'm ineffective, and then the world's a worse place. And that's been a life. That, I mean, just a lot of my life. Like at least one of the deaths was just trying to get people to realize their true potential.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, the kind of associating with different people, like with their specializations, like a lot of times I was saying like, oh, just find the people that can actually do the change. Like I'll just find someone that's better and that like maybe actually at everything, but at least specifically in that thing, and then just like make friends with them, and then just be like, hey, can you do this, and then like I'll help you I'll just facilitate whatever little stuff, I'll hold the flashlight or whatever, like we'll just while you go and fix the thing, and that's worked wonders.
The mom moment tonight. I was watching my son roller skate tonight. It's his first time he's ever been roller skating. He's going to a little country school. And I just watched, I made him roller skate by himself after like halfway through because he wanted me to just hold his hand the whole way and like, mammy, 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 mammy. And I got sick of it. I was like, no, you're going to roller skate by yourself. And the amount of big kids that stopped to help him.
That's right.
Just the way he was integrated into this place and this way was so good. And it's just like, yeah. And I think I think he's doing it more than I could when I was 5. I think if people would have stopped that much for me when I was 5, I would have went in the corner and cried from the attention because I wasn't okay with that. I wasn't doing that well. I don't really care. It doesn't matter why right now. It's just like, but I'm seeing him able to take help from bigger kids, connect with other. Oh my gosh, the teeny little girls trying to help my son. He's heavier than they are, even though they're a grade ahead of him. And they're like, "I will help you, Mom." And like, ah! It's like it's so. But like,
That's the way it should be. That's good.
and it's
right.
and it's, man, if I can get like percentage wise, he's ahead of me. Like he's not because he's a kid, but like percentage wise, he's gonna do so much better because he can do it.
Right.
And me, I had to like do that after Peterson.
Right.
My late 20s.
Right.
Like,
Well,
not the best.
No, that's the one of the things that Peterson gives you is because he gives you a sense for hierarchy. You have a chance at fighting domicide, and you can, right? He gives you some of the skills for figuring out where you should be, right? Discerning, all of those things, and the reason why people mistake, everything for a network is because we're cooperative creatures. We're heavily cooperative creatures.
Oh, I understand one of my mistakes. And maybe I've understood it before, but it hits me really hardly. I would see people that needed help as an opportunity for networking.
Yep.
But unfortunately, especially when you're young, people who need help from a young person, especially, are probably not. You probably can't help them if they need help from you when you're young.
That's right. That's right. Knowing who to try to help and how, right? Instead of just imposing your help upon the world because you think, well, that helped me.
Well,
like, well, but you're not everybody else.
You think that's the godly thing to do. That's a misnomer. It's not, because making yourself useless is not the godly thing to do. And the homeless people you let stay in your apartment will steal from you. They will.
Right. And that is the problem of the network. It's not a bad map for people and cooperation, right? But it's totally insufficient to understand causal relationships. It's totally insufficient to understand hierarchy. But when you engage with Peterson in particular, you kind of you learn a bunch of things, right? You learn like, hey, people are imperfect and they have to get along anyway, right? You learn like, oh, there is a hierarchy, like you're not getting around that. Although again, I would argue, as I've argued many times recently, in fact, Peterson doesn't understand hierarchy at all. He refuses to participate. He's like, this is explicit. It's kind of clear, right? I don't want to lead. I'm not going to use my authority. I'm just going to, right? Maybe he'll be a teacher. That's about it. But now he wants to be a teacher online. So he's even less connected, right? And so you don't like, that's the thing. If you like, this is where it goes wrong. Like if you map, oh, I'm a good teacher, and he was one of the best teachers, one of the top teachers at Harvard, and he's one of the top teachers at Toronto, right? Like for real. Like the students were like, no, this guy changed my life, right? In polls and stuff. Very huge, very big deal, right? But if you map it, you say, okay, you've got the teacher at the top of the class, and then you've got this network of kids, and here's how you convey the information. Now let's change how we convey the information from in person, because it's just a lecture with a bunch of words anyway, and we put it online. Yep, that's not the same at all. That has massive differences. Like aside from the fact that the kids aren't able to talk to each other, right? But you're also not able to directly talk to them. That was one of the great sort of insights that Sally had for me. Was she's just like very casually, because Sally sees a bunch of things that I don't see. She goes, oh yeah, well, Vervaeke and Peterson are different, because Vervaeke was talking to a whiteboard and Peterson was talking to a classroom, and I went, why am I retarded and I don't understand these things? I didn't even see it. I didn't even see it.
Yeah,
I was like,
well, I don't know if I was talking about that in the live stream or in Discord. That's what's going on with him. He's teaching. He's setting people free. Like, do the thing. Let me teach you for a few years, 1 year, 4 years, 1 semester, and then on your way.
Right. He's disconnected. He doesn't have to lead them. He was a wheel in a big machine, right? And now that machine's gone. Like he left it for good reasons. Like, yeah, the machine's broken, fine, whatever. Yeah. Right. But now doing that one thing, taking it out of the machine and applying it doesn't work. Right. And you could because you're ignoring the network you were embedded in that actually made the whole thing work. And I think actually Jacob was saying this because he's part of Peterson Academy. I was like, that's the worst idea ever. Why would I do that? But he was saying like, no, there's no interaction. It's really not the same. It's terrible for an online class, because he's done, I guess, other online classes. And I was like, oh no, that's not good. Right. And so I think, again, they think they know how to manipulate the system or manifest certain things. And then, of course, they don't know what they're doing or why it's working and what's not.
There's a lot of impact from the weight of fame and how that robs you of feedback.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big problem, because when you have the weight of fame and people have a knowing and unknowing, they can't know you through the media, but they can know a fraction. And then when you're out and about with them, the fraction of you that they know affects how they interact with you, because they're interacting with their past remembrance of the fraction of you instead of you.
Right. If they ever interact with you, which they never do.
But you need to interact to get that kind of normalcy feedback.
Right, but they're not. Like, they're never meeting Peterson. Right. They're doing a lecture online on their timeline. There's no discipline involved. Right.
People, Mark, I'm talking about Peterson needs to interact with someone. He needs feedback.
Right, but he will never get that feedback. He's never going to interact with the people in Peterson Academy ever. And you're right. That's the problem.
I mean, anyone.
Well, but he's stuck in his head. Like, he's stuck in his head. He's in the video game reality problem now. He's totally stuck in his head. And then when it doesn't map, he says, "Oh, there's something wrong with the world," instead of, "Oh, there's something wrong with me." And it's like, yeah, there's something wrong with you. And people don't and they don't even understand universals, right? Like one of the big things that sort of we've helped a lot of people with on Discord in particular is, people come in and they'd be like, "Well, I have this, this problem, and my parents didn't do this or they did this, whatever it is," and it's like, bro, that's everyone, like, get over it. And they're like, what? Right. Well, and then they start hearing about other people's parents and what happened with them, and they're like, holy shit, like, I guess my parents aren't that bad. It's like, no, they're really kind of not, right? And sometimes they are. Castle knows this. Sometimes they are that bad. But you know what? You're not alone, because everyone's parents parented a creature like you exactly once ever. No matter how many siblings you have, you are so unique that, in fact, right? Like, of course they screwed it up. Like, what else could they do? Like, and the video game reality, that's not true, right? Because video games are all based around certain well-known patterns, right? Very closed world systems. And so you always know something about the game before you get involved. It's a lot of video game stuff too, is because we're so prone to hindsight bias. We go, "Oh, I know how to do this." And then you start like speed running video games or nonsense they're doing this week. And it's like, yeah, bro, but that's not real. Like, that doesn't map to reality ever. Nothing in reality maps that way ever.
It might be the real kingdom of hell on earth actually putting purgatory into the living earth
Yep.
to pull your life and energy and zeal and your masculinity right out of the physical world to cheat you of your ability to do more and to cheat
Right.
the world of you.
Exactly. No, it's a separation, and all of science is a separation. Video games are a separation, right? They're separating you from reality, giving you a simulacra on purpose, right? And then saying, this is what this is. And then you're universalizing video game rules out of the video game. And when it doesn't match, you're getting upset. And you see this with Peterson, right? When things don't match, what he does is he makes up a psychological excuse for why he's seeing what he's seeing. And it's like, that isn't how that works. You need to observe the world first, like proper science, like proper scientific method. Observe the world first, and then come up with with an idea. Then figure out how to make it testable. And most things aren't testable, so most things will never be subject to science. That might be a hint, right? And then if you can make it testable, you can have a hypothesis. And then if you can run the test, right? But Peterson's doing it backwards for some reason. And I mean, he's a top level researcher. He should know better, but.
So there was a time.
Well,
Oh, go ahead, Bruce. I
was going to say, one of the reasons why he's not doing it or can't see it or things like that, it takes, as far as I'm concerned, it takes a supernatural act for someone to get out of their own way and look in the mirror with new eyes. And so this is not an information problem with regards to Peterson. Right. He doesn't need more information to tell him that he's missing out on this problem that he has in solving it. New information doesn't fix that.
Right.
It only happens through my position is a supernatural act.
Right.
New eyes, new heart. So keep praying for Peterson. That's what I said.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. What do you got, Sally?
Go ahead, Sally. Sorry.
There was a time when I was a younger artist that I saw video game artwork, and I saw the words, and I saw the figures, and I saw the movement, and I saw the glittery oceans and the castles and the wonder of it. And I admired it. It existed for me at a time that I admired it. And at some point I realized that all of that pristine majesty that can exist, all of that ordering of things, is evidence of robbery. Every last beautiful ordered thing in the virtual world is wonder stolen from the physical world. Every you walk in a game is an archway that will never exist physically. Your children will never walk through it.
Right.
You walk through it. Like it steals your dreams. It steals your reverence for glory. It steals your reverence for the female form and the majesty of structures.
Right.
That's really, I do think it might be a physical manifestation of hell on earth in the most beautiful way.
Yeah. Well, hell is beautiful on the outside, I'm sure. And that is the problem. Yanga, tourism is also a sin, though. No, it's not. Also, video games are tourism, but whatever.
Chapter
I
and
mean,
verse.
yeah, I don't. Yeah, exactly. It's just chapter. And I think that's really the fundamental problem is when you become disconnected from reality. You become connected to your emotional state. And then this is why this is why people get pissed off on Vanderklay's channel, right? Because I'm like, can you explain this to me? Because I'm just trying to figure out what the hell they're doing, because I don't think they know, which is fair. Like, they don't know, which is fine. Like, whatever, you don't have to know what you're doing. That's fine. But I think the problem is it reveals, right? It reveals. So if I make a truthful statement, like, how is it that you can have an estuary protocol and be talking about ARC at the same time, right? Because estuary is supposed to be open-ended, right? Obviously, there's a conflict there. There just is. Like, that's how conflict works. You're saying two things that are conflicting. It's a contradiction in terms. It's not that hard, right? And then when you point that out, they can't engage with the issue, right? They can't engage. Instead, they go for the ad hominem attacks, right? Or they mute you in the chat, which just amuses the hell out of me. Or they find a dodge, right? They find a way to dodge the question, and they answer a different question that wasn't asked, right? And that's the thing. Like, a lot of people, when you say something truthful, they will just make a claim of authority or lack of authority instead of dealing with whether or not what you said was factual, right? And that's and then the other, like I said earlier, the other side happens too, right? When people talk to Destiny, they never question his statements, even when his statements are obviously wrong. They're just wrong. They make ridiculous statements. I'm like, bro, there's no way you looked anything up online anywhere and found that information, because it doesn't exist. It's that simple.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I think Destiny, well, for all his flaws and stupidity, right? He is doing the rhetoric and the gish gallop well, right? And so you need
right,
some time
right.
in the octagon to recognize and be able to defend and move around
Right.
that. And most people are not, you know.
But that's the skill of trolling. I mean, I've talked about this.
Sure, yeah,
My first talk with Vanderklay, I talked about this. This is why I get upset, right? And there's two problems, right? There's trolls that know they're trolls, and there's trolls that are trolling because they're stuck in a video game reality. And then they get called trolls and they get upset. And I'm like, but you are actually trolling. You don't realize it. I get that, but also, like, the pattern's there. Like, you're acting it out. And the thing is, in the old days, this is why I get upset. I keep trying to explain to people, you can be a troll all you want around me. Okay, I will spot you instantly, and I will destroy you at will, or not. And you should be, happy about my kindness, but you're probably too stupid. Whatever, right? And the reason why is because, Bruce, we had an octagon. We played the troll game. It was a game. We had a freaking scoring system, and I was rather good at it over time. Thank you very much. Right. And so, like, I know this pattern. I know this pattern better than 99.9% of the people, because I was there when we, went about it. Right. And that, like, trolling took all kinds of forms. There was that Goatsy. You remember Goatsy, Bruce?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Everyone on the internet gets traumatized by Goatsy. And then it's like, oh, why did anybody ever do that?
That's the troll horrible. Of the century. Yep.
It really is, right? It's the grand troll. But, like, there's so many forms of trolling and sort of ways in which the pattern of trolling plays out, right? There's so many ways to troll, but really you're just disconnected from what's going on around you. and you're trying to use the logic, reason, rationality thing to realign reality with you. And of course, it doesn't work. That's why we had a scoring system, by the way, right? We had a scoring system because you would, the basic game boiled down to something like you would have to go into a forum online. These were all text forums. There were no web pages yet. The web didn't exist, right? And you would, or it was in very early form. I mean, it's trolling. The trolling game went on for a long time, many years, at least 12 that I'm aware of, right? And you would have to convince a group of people of something that they all knew wasn't true. And the way you do that is through logic, reason, and rationality, right? And then I had a sub game like long before that ever happened. I had a game that I played where I would say, I can prove anything is true with logic, reason, and rationality in a way that you will agree with. And people were like, you can't do that. I never lost that game, not once. People were just like, I don't like this. And I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. You don't understand the trick. I get that. Also, you don't understand the requirements of a logic, reason, and rationality. And that's why you're having a problem. You think it's a magic key to truth, and it's not. It's just a magic key to consistency. It's certainly not a magic key to completeness, and it's certainly not a magic key to truth, and it's not a magic key to beauty, and it sure as hell does not lead to goodness. That's for certain. It can, right? It's a good validator, right? It's a good check system. But people usually default back into emotions and then try to realign using logic to the world, right? Or the world to them. And it's like, no, you need to realign to the world, not the other way around. Like this is why the kayfabe is infuriating, because I'm like, what you're doing when you use kayfabe is you're saying, you know when something's wrong with reality. And it's like, no, reality is the thing that tells you that you're wrong. Like you've got it backwards. Anyone?
But if you use logic, reason, and rationality, and then you show them how logic, reason, and rationality can be used for evil, right? To tell people wrongness.
Oh, that's what I do.
It kind of implodes the way they function, right? Because that's how they see the world in some way. Or that's how they interact with the world. Right. So then what do they have then? Where are the tools? Because I lost them now because I use logic, reason, and rationality. I don't have a tool now.
Right.
So what do I do?
But that's the set of tools that creates a network. Logic, reason, and rationality is the thing that creates a network from a rich, enchanted world. It compresses, flattens everything down, and then you're like, oh, this works like this. And then when it doesn't, you get emotional and you lash out. You find, whatever excuse you can, like, oh, you're always difficult. Like, oh, what did they say to me today? Oh yeah, Nate Heil said you're always wrong because Nate, your buddy, your favorite person in the world, Bruce, Nate Heil, went down the Noah, Mark, you don't understand render under Caesar. And I'm like, I do not know how you could possibly misinterpret that statement, but okay. And then and the thing is, we've had this discussion before, and every single time when it hits the wall, he has to revert to a personal attack because he doesn't have anything else. Like he's out of bullets. And I'm like, so Jesus, in order to follow Jesus, you don't submit to the empire, to Caesar, and let them crucify you. And he's like, yo, well, I can't argue against that in text. And I'm like, I didn't ask you to argue it anyway. Like we had this discussion like 3 years ago. Dog, just put out the response video and point me at it. I'm fine. I'll engage with it. I don't care. Right? You can't because you're wrong. That's why you can't. This isn't that hard. And he's still obstinate. No, it's you who are wrong because you're mean. And I'm just like, bro, this isn't that hard. Like, why are you making this difficult? But they get stuck because they can't use logic, reason, and rationality because it doesn't work that way.
You're wrong because you're mean? That's obviously false.
That's the argument. He said I was wrong about everything. And it's like, okay, bro.
Dang.
But, it's interesting because you see the sort of motion, right, where a person is so far into the logic, reason, and rationality that it's a complete lack of moderation, right? And it's like,
Right.
well, if you're not moderating and you're going to the extreme straightness end, then you're not integrating correctly.
Or
And then
mediation.
yeah, and then so you get the thing where it's like, okay, too straight, and then becomes brittle, and then something that doesn't fit that straightness comes in and breaks it, and then the immediate reaction is extreme straightness, now pointed at you, and it's just like, yeah, it's that same pattern,
It
which is
beats its
unfortunate.
tail.
But,
Yeah, the fragility sneaks in. I mean, this is why reading Nassim Taleb is so useful, right? Because you start to understand a bunch of interesting concepts about statistics, about the limits of logic, about fragility and anti-fragility and skin in the game, right? Which is about participation. And then it's like, all these little things in the world that are like off by quite a bit. And then then you can realign instead of resorting to an emotional attack, right? You can realize, everything you do is driven by your emotions. Like, humans are not rational creatures, right? We never have been. We're creatures capable of rationality for short amounts of time at great expense, like unbelievable expense, which is why we can only do it for short amounts of time. And when you get stuck in the logic, reason, and rationality hole, you're kind of screwed because you can't interact with people normally anymore. It won't work.
yeah,
Well,
it's painful to see too. I mean, because you get the thing. I mean, there's the trolling thing, but then you get this thing where there's people that think, oh, I have to always have a joke all the time, and it's good to be funny and have humor and stuff like that. But it's like, have you ever seen somebody try to crack jokes like when there's a funeral about to happen, like because they think, I need to add some levity, and like just it has to be a joke, and it's just like by trying to over implement that pattern, you just become a joke. Like that's just it's a really unfortunate way of being.
The amount of people who can't hear me because they're trying to take care of me for whatever reason. Fucking infuriating. Like, I don't even know how many times now I've tried to talk to someone and they've been like, oh, honey, Mark and Manuel aren't your friends. They're mean. They're mean people. They mustn't be your friends. And I'm just like, no, bro, they are. And they're like, no, you just don't understand.
Yeah.
Well, they've never told me that I don't understand or that I can't tell who my friends are. So that's kind of a
might be a hint.
Well, actually, one of the I think one of the apparent patterns that I see in the exchanges with folks, and not just the other crew that we're talking about, but generally, is they need unwavering agreement to maintain relationship. So like Mark and I disagree on a lot. Like
No, we don't.
probably more than most people in regular relationships. But we could still have a relationship. It doesn't have to be 100% subscription to all the propositions or all the, you know what I mean? Like, but in that world, you can't be friends with somebody who isn't mentally ascending to, or whatever the case is, right? Mark and I are doing similar things in different ways, right? And that seems to me to be the pattern. Now, I understand, like, people will say, well, you're just a sycophant. You like, how can I be a sycophant when half of what Mark says, I'll be like, no way, dude. I don't like, Mark's not a confessing Reformed Christian. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so how is there sycophantic behavior there? So, you don't need full alignment to be involved with one another.
But they can't conceive of that kind of relationship either, right? That's the real problem. Like, they just don't have the depth of tools and the awareness of how things work. And so they can't conceive of a relationship of different qualities, or how many qualities there might be. But look, Sally, to be perfectly fair, Gavin has done way more for you than I have. That was like, I'm like, bro, did you have a break? Did you have like did you drop some acid? Like, what have you done? Nothing for Sally ever.
The thing is,
Except tell her to stay in her lane. Like, why would you even say something like that?
pick on Gavin though. Like this is a common thing that I get into with people.
I know.
Because and I think a lot of it is this video game world, because they get a mental conception.
Yeah.
And they have a mental conception. And I mean, it is my fault for being a girl to some extent. I know.
You shouldn't be a girl.
You can change that. You can change it. I know a doctor.
Yeah.
I'll give him a call.
Yeah.
At least, but I hope that's a good hint. If a girl's trying to be dead, that's the idea. Anyway, so, like, this strong conception of like, oh, I know this person because I have these 2 facts and these 2 facts about them, and like, I have switched domains, and I was thinking about this prequel. Like, I have switched professional domains like 3 or 4 times. I have switched interpersonal domains like 4 or 5 times. Like, just like the different categories of people I've lived in, the different countries I've lived in. And it's so dynamic, it sounds fictitious.
Well, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
For them. Yeah.
But that's the problem. Like, well, that is the problem when you start talking to people and they're like, well, you can't know that and this and this. And no, I can. Maybe you can't. That's a you problem that you're projecting out to others. Maybe don't project. It's all psychological. It's all like, I know what this person can do or not do or what. And it's like, what are you talking about? Do you have any idea the variation of humans and how different they are and how many different skills, if you weren't stuck playing video games all day, you could have, right? Like, people have no conception anymore of that at all.
It's been a long time too. I was thinking, I was at a training class in like 2011, and it was like a high-tech school, and I'm at like a high-tech base, and I went into the base library. I was doing something, and then I got to talking to a person at the counter, and I'm like, oh, I think I'm gonna go climb the mountain. And they're like, oh, you're gonna do outdoorsy stuff? And I was like, yeah. They're like, oh, I thought you were like a tech person. I was like, I can go on a hike. Like, are you not worried about the scorpions and stuff? I'm like, no, I'm from like the middle of nowhere, like the Arizona scorpions. Like, fine. And they're like, oh my god. And I'm like, that is not advanced. Like, you can use a computer and come to a base library and also go out in them. I mean, I'm already like at a base. Like, there's amount of, and it just flabbergasted me of like how that worldview was.
Narrow. Yeah, they have a narrow conception of the world. And then when something doesn't fit that conception, they just start projecting and making excuses and going on and on and on. And it's like, because it's outside of the network that they're used to. Because networks always create echo chambers. Because people always create echo chambers. Because the Dunbar number is a real concept. And it's amazing to me how many people can't put that together. I'm like, if the Dunbar number is a real thing, right, which of course it has to be, we can argue about what the number should be, or whether or not it's stable across, we'll say, human population, which of course it couldn't be, because persons are unique. But like, there is one, and therefore you create an echo chamber. Like, there's no way around that. It's a mathematical certainty, but people don't even see it. They don't even make the connection. Everything in their world is already disconnected. And then they put it together as they see fit. They see nothing wrong with this. And I'm like, well, that's technically playing God. Like, I'm not a fan. I don't recommend that, because you're going to disconnect from reality and not get it, right? You're just not going to be able to deal with the world. You're going to come up with too many traumas, because reality is going to continually re-traumatize you.
Oh,
and that's the issue.
In spite, like, sorry, I'm overmaxed my Englishing for today. Everybody has trauma from their parents, but One of the things I was thinking of, like, I have no control over the trauma that's available to my child. Like,
That's right.
any one of those other little children that he's skating with could decide to be miserable to him at any moment. And sometimes they do. Sometimes little
Mhm.
just walk up to another little kid and just smack him just as hard as they physically can. And there's nothing. There's nothing. And it's worse if you protect them from that.
Right. Right.
So-
Well, and you as a parent can never know what things you're doing that are going to traumatize your child. It's impossible in the moment, and people don't realize that. And I think that's what caused the overprotection of children, right? The helicopter parenting, the whole devouring mother syndrome that Peterson talks about. That's what causes it. Like they're just like, we're going to remove all possible trauma points, which is impossible, and see where it goes.
You got to read the old fairy tales where kids get eaten. Like,
right.
That's got to be on the table, because if kids could have got eaten and you didn't get eaten, you're one up. You're doing better. You're okay.
Right.
You did not get eaten by the old lady with the candy house. And oh, by the way, if there's a candy house, you might get eaten.
Right. Right.
Hey, man,
exactly.
but people were mean to me online, though, man. You don't know.
I hope so. I hope people are mean to you online.
But you see, like, it's a never-ending sort of trauma dumping, or whatever, that people tend to do. It's just, what are you gonna get some help then? Like, and even then, like, complaining about it to whatever degree is largely a waste of time. Now, I understand I'm getting very stoic on the issue, but, like, really, what is that going to do?
Right. Well, it's going to keep you trapped and doing less in the world and not making it a better place. That's what it's going to do. And we know which prefers that over the alternative of making the world better.
Yeah.
Don't write an 800-page book with your new science words about your trauma and then publish it on Amazon.
Oh my God.
A mean girl will write you a bad Amazon review.
That could happen, Sally, in theory.
In video game world, that seems to be possible. I don't know about reality, but it seems
Minecraft.
To be. Yeah.
Sure. This is all in mind. Yeah. And then whining about feedback after asking for feedback. It's like, you put something for feedback on the internet and then you were upset when you got mean feedback. Are you for real right now? Like, do you not reality, bro? Like, where are we going here?
But isn't this as old as time? Like, don't get into the arts if you don't want criticism. Like, don't say things if you don't want response,
Right.
It's old.
They start out depressed so they can handle it.
Don't do things in the world if you don't want or can't handle critique.
Artists are so when they
But that's the thing, though. You should be doing things in the world, and so critique is inevitable.
Yeah. Well, reality is like, when people talk about critique, right? A lot of times they're talking about reality. I'm like, oh, you're talking about the bounds of reality, and you think that's person's fault for pointing it out? Like, have you heard of shooting the messenger? Like, I don't. But this is why I'm always like, are you disagreeing with me because you're mad about what I said, or you're disagreeing with me because there's like some factual error that I'm making? And people get really upset when I do that. I'm like, I'm just trying to figure out if I'm wrong. And if you can't refute what I'm saying or offer counter evidence, then, like, I can't get better, or you're completely wrong. I don't know which it is either. So really, that just makes everything worse. Not for me, because I don't give a shit. But for you, it makes things a lot worse. Like, that's freaking hysterical.
Well, one of the things that, I mean, I mean, you also can't take things in such a way that's so personal. For instance, if you're unable to communicate to somebody how they ought change or why it's wrong, whatever, because you were unable to do so, and that doesn't somehow change your identity and worth. Right. It's just, you didn't have the rhetoric or the skills or what have you to convey the info. But it's not a worth issue.
Right. But also there's that old trope about never go to the boss with a problem you don't have a solution for. was like,
Yeah, that's true.
because a lot of people see problems in the world that are not problems, but are conditions of the world that can't be changed. And they confuse those two things. And it's like, and they're all relativistic, and they all go, well, what is reality anyway? And I'm like, why are people having problems interfacing with reality? That's all the time in the course of your day. Like, I don't understand. And it's this video game problem, right? Because they have different realities and different physics engines and different rules. And so it is relativistic in video games. Sure. It's just not relativistic in anything else. And they can't even see the difference, which is, it's kind of sad, right? And stupid people don't know they're stupid. And that's really the problem. Like, you don't know your limitations, right? When you run into your limitations, you may not recognize them at all. And that's a big problem.
Yeah, and isn't it convenient that the simulation theory has so much traction today?
Well, yeah, right. I always try to explain to people, so if you actually do any research at all, and it's not much, you see that 10 years after the Matrix comes out, simulation theory becomes popular. And then
right,
if you think about it for 10 seconds, it's really just the best, cleanest, most scientific argument for intelligent design that you could possibly come up with. And when you try to explain that to people, which is also very funny and makes you laugh, so it's very hard to explain with a straight face, they flip out. And it's like, but really, dude, like, no, honest, I'm not screwing with you. You've actually just reinvented the young creationist theory of the universe.
Yeah.
The atheist creation myth, like the fundamentalist atheist creation myth, is the simulation theory. It's
because it must be designed. Yes, who created the simulation?
Right.
That's a cool. You can call God the designer.
The architect.
The architect. Yeah. Good movie. I love the Matrix.
The Matrix. I'm like, are you guys okay? Do you need something?
What is real, Mark? What is real?
You need how do you define real?
Right.
Real, just a bunch of chemicals in your brain, right? Yeah,
right.
It's all materialistic.
Right. Is that air you're breathing?
Is that air you're breathing right now?
Yeah, I know. It's fun. It's fantastical.
It's
dumb.
It is. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think, again, like I've said this a million times, but I'll say it again because I like saying it. The first Matrix movie has a lot of the standard tropey philosophical questions in it, which is why I really like it. I mean, I've probably seen it 100 times, unfortunately.
Yeah, me too. I'm the same.
Yeah. But, and then the second one just has many fewer philosophical questions, but they're deeper. And like, this is why I say, like, you can't watch the first one and not watch the sequels, because you're really missing something. Now, the sequels are ponderous because they did this wacky equation with, well, the thing people like about the Matrix movies are fight scenes and bullet time. So we'll put more fight scenes and bullet time in. And it's like, oh, you could have cut all that in half. It would have been a much better movie, right?
Yeah.
And just standard stupidity of people who are dumb, right, in positions maybe they can't handle, right? and that's that's part of the problem is that people don't realize that those are real philosophical questions that actually have pretty banal answers.
Well, it's kind of the beauty of the films is they have mass appeal due to the fight and somewhat hero nature sort of situation there. So you don't have to even entertain the philosophical to enjoy the film. Not that it makes it great, but that's why people enjoy it, right? Multifaceted. Great car chase scene in number 2,
Right. Yeah. Well, good car chase scenes are hard to come by.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ronin has one of the best car chase scenes of all time. But yeah.
Oh, yeah. Another great one.
That's another good philosophical, deep movie wrapped in a romance. Or a semi-romance. It's always hard to tell with these films. Yeah, I really want to do the kayfabe thing because I found a bunch of stuff by exploring it, It was so fun. I was bang on furious this morning, like really mad. And Sarah's like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, "These people, they keep talking about kayfabe and they won't just define the damn term. And I've been going through this for years with these people. Like, can you just give me a definition so that I can kind of understand what you're talking about?" Right? I like literally, like I'm honestly just like, really, I just want to understand what you're saying. Because you keep pointing to it saying it's important. And I just want to grasp this. Can we dance a little bit here? And instead, Sarah and I had a 5-minute conversation and we worked it out. And I was like, oh, and then as a result of that, it went, oh, I see all these patterns and connections now. And I'm like, oh no, this is not what I thought it was at all. And that's the sort of the interesting part, at least for me, was
I'm not even
wow.
familiar with kayfabe at all, to be honest.
Well, it's just the statement that you personally can't tell reality from entertainment, ultimately.
Don't you know everything doing was kayfabe? And
right.
Running the country on kayfabe, and all of the MAGA people are duped because of kayfabe.
Right. It's just it's the big demon now, right? It's the world isn't rational because of kayfabe. That's why the world isn't rational, which has nothing to do with the fact the world was never rational. It's that the world's always been rational, and the way you fix the irrational things is you call them kayfabe. And then that explains it all.
Well, I gotta be honest, man. I got no idea what kayfabe means, so it's not helping.
Yeah, no, it really is just a reference to the fact that people who don't engage in the WWF or WEF or whatever they're calling it this week, don't realize that the people who do engage in it understand that it's the way in which it is theater, and understand theater. That's all it is. It's just people looking from the outside, again, in the video game reality, and seeing the simulation of the game and going, well, we know how this game works, and we're going to call it kayfabe. And it's like, you don't understand how this game works, and you are misunderstanding the people who are playing this game and are involved in this thing because you're not participating, or you're not participating correctly or something. And because of that, you've made up a new word, but the word just means that you're disconnected from reality. That's all it means. It doesn't mean anything about the world, but it means something very significant about you. It's so sad. I gotta laugh because it's a laugh or cry situation. I'm not gonna cry on my stream. So
you have right sociology degrees to talk about kayfabe, because if you're not an authority in sociology,
oh, I know. Don't even
kayfabe.
Oh no, Sally, this is back to Chapel Hill and my cousin, right? She's like talking to me about these, the grievance studies affair hoax and all that, and she's making all these excuses, right? And she goes, how many papers have you read from top level science magazines, publications? And I'm like, probably less than 50. And she just stopped, and I'm like, do you really think that I talk about things that I know nothing about? Is that what, like, I know I'm on the internet, and I know that people on the internet do that, but I don't do that because they don't have to. Like, you can just shut up when you don't know something. Like, it's not that hard, right? And
it straight up frees up brain space if you just don't lie at all. If you just never lie, then you kind of get superpowers. Like, maybe not right away. It takes a while to take effect, but like eventually you'll just be really consistent through time and not a shithead. And people be like, wow, you're not a shithead. We're like, yeah, thanks. It was hard.
Right. But then Sally, but then the problem is you are automatically by default judging all the people that are lying and are shitheads, and they get very upset about that.
Worth it.
Well, remember, it's not a lie if you believe it.
That's right. Your belief controls reality. Reality isn't outside of you at all.
That's a conundrum if you can easily believe things that you made up by yourself. That's its own pick. Peterson can help with that. See 2014. Just watch every lecture 4 or 5 times. It'll be fine.
Yeah, yeah.
I have all of them. I've grabbed them. I've archived them. They're in this rack over here. They're, on the cloud. They're all the places because they were very helpful to
Tell them
understand what was going on.
Yeah.
make another backup and we'll bury it in a canning jar. That's the only way it can be safe.
Midwesterner
Yeah, I
lore.
know.
Midwestern
Well, to be
wisdom.
fair, that does work well.
They're not
Hey.
wrong. They're not wrong.
Bit rot's a thing though, so we have to open it sometimes.
You got to put them on something solid state. Like just burn them to a CDs. I know it'll be more space.
No, CDs don't last that
It's
long.
bit rot.
I don't know.
Yeah, and they degrade. You got to put it on a medium like etched into metal or salt based sort of, that's a thing. It just takes a lot of space and a lot of time.
To you,
Right.
and you guys deal with that, and then I'll hide them under a dump somewhere. They won't even be able to be found by light.
Yeah, I definitely trust you in the Midwest for that. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. They know how to do that.
For
They
sure.
definitely do.
For sure. You guys are very good at that.
Down there with the Indian ruins, they'll just never be found.
Until we need them.
It's First Nations.
Random rural internet for a second. So the city is all mad. It's just all mad about people moving dirt through town without a cover. So the city is like, new ordinance. That's going to cost $5,000 if you drive the dirt through the city. And we just don't like shit like that. So there's just nothing but snark on the city Facebook. But the one that I read that just cracked me the hell up was First Nations person that's like, gotta get this land back somehow, and they're trying to make it.
What?
I love natives.
That is funny.
I love it because they make horrible videos that are just they're so good. They're so amazing. And then when they just are given the city shit about nothing, I love it. It's so fun. It's quality entertainment.
I got to be honest. When I first went west, I didn't really encounter natives very much, even in Long Island. There was the res, but very rarely. When I first went west, drove, and I'm going through Crow Country, and then I'm in the Pacific Northwest. I was kind of afraid of natives, to be fair. I just sort of had I was unrationally so, maybe irrationally so, but I was afraid of it.
Should be.
Appreciate that. They'd be like, thank you. Please stay that way. Also, you should be scared of Midwesterners. That's kind of our thing.
Some of them are thrice dead. I mean, come on.
And I'm super friendly. Super.
I don't believe that at all.
No. Sally keeps trying to explain to everybody, you think Mark and Manuel are mean? Have you met me? She is vicious.
Nobody believes me. They're stupid.
Women get away with that a lot more, though.
Well, that's true, but women are also a lot more vicious than men. Men have methods of working things out, and women don't necessarily use methods like that. They use more of a scorched earth method than we do.
Right. Burn it all down, and if you try and bring it up, I'm going to set fire to it again.
Pretty much. Well, they got to protect the children. Children must.
Fair enough.
The mama bear thing is a thing, and
I'm all right with it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're all right with it. Reality doesn't care. Reality objects to your subjective experience.
Yeah. Well, I've submitted to it.
Yep.
I'll just say that. I don't have to be all right with it.
You're a good reformed fellow there.
But yeah.
Understand submission.
That is true. Just not to the right people, according to some. But I am submitting.
Bring them to me. Give me an address. I'll take care of them. I'm on it. Please.
Yeah, I keep forgetting you're from Boston. Well, close enough.
We know how to take care of things. Don't worry about it.
Speaking of Boston, did you see that today is now this month is now menstruation and Mick month?
What?
Yeah, it's so Trump declared that March is Women's Month and Irish Heritage Month.
I gotcha.
I'm working on
Trump,
my 15 minutes. It's menstruation and myth and Mick month.
Trump cracks me up.
Yes.
The misunderstanding of Trump cracks me up more. And then oh yeah, Bruce, you'll like this. So like the part of the Vander Clay live stream was people talking about, the Christianity is in danger, right? And of course I'm in there going, do you mean Christianity as in Gnostic, heretical, pagan cults, mostly around hippie Jesus? Because if that's then yes, that is under threat. But then it occurred to me, when they keep screaming about Christianity being in danger, I think what they're actually screaming about is leftism is splitting apart, and that's what's in danger. And so that, like, they're casting that as Christianity being in danger, because I'm like, I don't know, bro. It seems like more people are going Catholic and Reformed and Ortho, and really all that's happening is you Protestants are losing ground. I don't know. That's what it seems like to me. I don't know.
Well, it would especially be true for that crew because, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, because I don't know everyone, but they seem to fall on that liberal Protestant side. I mean,
they're all lefties. They're all lefties. It's so funny. Nathan Orman comes on, and like, that guy is just, I feel really bad for him, because my goodness. But he was like, well, this person is a lefty, and even the panelists is a conservative rather, and even the panelists were like, no, that person's definitely on the left. And he's like, well, no, I'm a conservative. And I'm like, A, you are not a conservative. B, you're in England. They don't even have conservative, but you're not even an English conservative. Like, you're not even close. What are you talking about? I've seen your content, bro. Like, come on. Like, you're not fooling anybody. You've got a YouTube channel. Like, don't play that.
I heard people using the term the MAGA churches, and I was
right.
What the
Listen, they'd be much better off with MAGA churches than whatever they're in.
Well,
Okay?
but
right.
I think MAGA churches actually exist. I don't know what they mean by that.
Well,
so the moderate leftists, because they don't have 3 buckets, they keep using 2. The moderate leftists that go to church, which, like, they only see church people too. This is the funny part about the Vander crew, is they only see church things, right? They don't see non-church things at all. And so when they try to understand the world, they compress the politics into the church thing, and then they come up with really weird formulations. And I'm just like, what do you guys talk? That's why I'm constantly asking them questions. I'm like, what are you talking? I find it fascinating, right? I'm just fascinated by how they're putting the world together, because it doesn't make any sense at all.
No, just the way they were talking about MAGA churches that supposedly exist somewhere, I just was like,
I mean, I'd have to ask them what they mean. I can kind of I can kind of understand where they're going when there are like these sorts of fundamentalist or independent Baptist churches that have like patriot themed services, and everyone has truck nuts and MAGA signs, and it's somewhere in Arkansas, in East Texas, in Louisiana. Like, maybe that's what they're talking about, but also like, what? Like, they're not making an orthodox statement on their own. So are they worried about orthodoxy? Because they're not orthodox anyway. So what do they care?
Right. They're not rules based anyway. Right. But I think that's what it is. Like, for all the hippy dippy winsome, I guess he calls them, churches that have no rules and no guardrails, they're losing people. Yeah, people want structure because that's how people cooperate, and people like to cooperate.
Yeah. For decades, people kept preaching, stop doing politics in church, stop addressing politics. And then what do you get? Liberalism.
Right.
There's a reason why a significant number of the independent fundamentalist churches, especially in the South, have maintained their conservatism, because they haven't had influence from liberal academia.
Right. Yeah. Do you think it's academia that's doing that to
Yeah,
the churches? Or
yeah. If depending on which, so if you talk about the seminaries in the world that are churning out a number of these pastors, and especially of these mainline denominations that require seminarians to be ordained, they're all getting that. This is John Gresham Machen addressed this in the split of the Presbyterian Church in the early 1920s. And he called it his great book is called Christianity and Liberalism, and the folks at Westminster. And so what they used to do is say you're a fundamentalist, because he was far more aligned with fundamentalists than he was with what was happening in the academia and seminary, and that was purveying into the churches, right?
I
And so
see.
you just have that
I see.
insanity of liberal. It's the same thing that happened in academia. It's the same thing that happened in the social sciences, right? Any of that stuff.
Yeah,
Same
no,
thing.
no, I see what you mean. I mean, I was going to push back, Bruce. Obviously, I was going to say, no, it has to start with the religion, but no, you're right, because we took the schools out of the religion and then started to throw people who were supposed to be religious through the schools that we took out of the religion, which makes no sense, by the way, and causes all these problems. Yeah, that makes sense now.
Have you heard of Pillsbury, Bruce? Are you familiar with Pillsbury as an institution?
It sounds familiar, but I don't remember any specific there.
Well, I was going to ask you where you felt like that run on the scale, because that's the one I interact with a lot, but don't worry about it.
Yeah, I could look into it. I don't know for sure. I mean, I'm sure I've heard that, but there's a good reason why Methodism and Episcopalians have become extraordinarily left, and it's because of their institutions. Funny enough, the Methodists are losing people in the World Methodist Church because they created all these churches in places like Africa, South America, Europe, and they're all like, "Hey, you guys have women pastors and gays. We're leaving." So the very churches they started were like, we're out. Like this is out of control, and that's happening all over.
Yeah, I mean, that's what causes church collapses. I mean, is the Catholics should have figured out from the poor implementation of Vatican II, but they still haven't clued in yet. They'll get it someday.
It seems to me the Catholics' problem outside of the theological is their winsomeness, as far as I could tell.
That's Vatican II, right? And it's not the text of Vatican II. Apparently, it's the implementation,
application. Yeah, application.
And that's
is always
what caused, or the manifestation. That's what caused the collapse in French Canada. Apparently,
that's interesting.
Is that everyone keeps they keep not saying it, and I'm like, guys, is it me or does the timeline match perfectly? And it's like, no, it's the timeline matches perfectly. It's not you.
But isn't that also a similar timeline? The entire U.S. was undergoing massive civil change same time.
Right. Oh, yeah, but actually, Bruce, I figured this all out. Hold on a sec. Let me grab it because it's actually in my notes. No, I figured this all out. It is that's video game. That's metagelical. Blah blah blah. Oh, it's not here. Where is it? All right. What did I figure out? Okay. So you've got the 1920s and 30s, right? And that is when the individualism starts. Okay. And because you've got that's F. Scott Fitzgerald, right? Yep. That whole thing. So it starts there, right in between the two acts of the Great War. Okay. Now, the thing that caused the Great War goes back to Napoleon. That's the materialism. There's no individualism yet. Individualism starts in the 20s and 30s. Then you've got the war. Everybody unites for the war, right? So it staves it off, right? The reactivation of the Great War. But then I think what happens is after the war, it gets reintroduced in the 1950s. I'm trying to remember. Shoot, I know I took notes on all this and I wrote it all down somewhere, and I don't see where the hell I wrote it down anymore. But it reemerges in the 1950s, sort of post-war, because of effectively because of the increase in affluence, right?
Mhm.
And the rise of psychology, because Sally Joe posted a nice video. You leaving? See you, Sally. Have a good night. Sally posted this. Now we all look stupid. Let me switch this. Sally Joe posted this video with Carl Jung, an interview with Carl Jung from like 1957 on the server. And it's quite good, actually. And what the interviewer said, because back then they had real journalists who were actually smart and they weren't retarded like the ones we have now. He said, tell us more about this this extrovert introvert, because everybody on the streets is using those terms to describe themselves and others. And I went, wait a minute, excuse me, what did you just say? Hold on a second. So the psychology that was developed in the 1920s and 30s doesn't actually sort of have an effect to cause the individualism, because psychology is a very individualistic frame, until the 1950s, until post-war. And so it's so prevalent back then, which I had no idea of. I just wasn't on my radar at all. That explains the 60s. And I'm like, oh, this is the merger of the materialism and the individualism. It's like, okay, now it all, like, this whole timeline makes sense. And that's when when the churches really get killed off.
Yeah, I got to dig into that a little bit. That's very interesting, because the 20s is the same period that I'm talking about with the liberalism in the churches.
Right, but everything gets put on hold, because you'll notice what everybody does is they say post-World War II America has the same church attendance rate as, whatever period in history you want to pick, right? It's 80% or something like that, right? And therefore, and to your point, they skip over the 20 and 30s, the inter Great War period, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know what those numbers are, but I bet they're not 80%, or I bet they're declining as we go into the war, right? And then they say, and therefore the decline is due to this. And it's like, no, the decline is due to psychology. And now I have it. Like, now I have the data to prove it. It's like, okay, so we just have to run some quick numbers of this kind, and we'll get it pretty quick.
Right.
Right. So I was like, oh, Jung's work is being used, and Freud's work, to be fair, this introvert extrovert thing, everyone in the streets is using it. That's the way they're talking about the world. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this individualistic framing happens in the 50s, and it manifests in the 60s because the kids get infected with it from the parents, because it's everywhere. And I'm like,
right. Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
wow,
yeah.
this makes
I do
so
remember
much
this
more
now.
sense.
Yeah, so I remember you talking about this earlier. And it was this, I put two and two together and realized that's the same era when people start medicating for their depression, women on Quaaludes and things like that. Same era.
Right. That starts in the 20s and 30s. But then the interesting thing is psychology hits its limit of what it can do. And then all the psychological experimentation, right, it actually does start in the 30s. But it gets put on hold for the second act of the Great War, right? It goes towards psychedelics because the materialism hits the limit. So now you have to pick up psychedelics, and that's what they picked up. And it's like, oh my goodness, it was all right there. And I didn't even, like, I know most of those things and I didn't even see the pattern. I'm like, oh man, this is huge. So I'm glad Sally posted that. And then it's Jung talking about his work. And although the beginning is horribly individualistic and actually made me want to commit immediate suicide, it actually gets really good, especially in the middle, where he basically says, no, you can't use it this way. You can't take it out of the psychological context. You can't self-diagnose. You can't judge yourself an introvert or an extrovert. These are tools for a therapist, a trained therapist only. And I'm like, all right, well, there we go. Carl Jung did nothing wrong. Everybody who interpreted his work is a retard, but what are you going to do? Stupid people don't know they're stupid.
They
you
don't.
run into this issue as well. You know, so it's interesting. The other week I mentioned the whole apophenia thing and how that was like a mistranslation from an actual Nazi psychiatrist that was just keeping people in his hospitals because he put it as a tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things, which is just like the ability to see patterns and stuff. And like he set that as like a diagnosis for a mental illness and then kept people in his hospital because of that. That was 1958.
Okay.
And then you've got the straw that broke the camel's back in Canada was, I mean, and I still maintain this was the fact that, and this is also to Bruce's point about the academia having an extreme effect. You had all these people who were getting indoctrinated into the individualistic mindset. You've got the drug abuse, which is just medication at that point, as far as people are concerned. And then
medication.
And then you have the fact that the church officially comes out against contraception. And Canada, especially even the bishops and the leading theologians of Canada, were extremely pro contraception. So when Humani Vitae comes out, the bishops in Canada revolt. And they put out public documentation even telling people that they don't have to follow the official rules. So there's a split in there.
That's why everybody left the church.
People see that mom and dad aren't, on good terms anymore, and then they all bail. And it's
that
just
makes
like,
sense.
So
everyone thinks this is the greatest mystery of the modern era, Castle.
Contraception?
You seem to have it nailed. So I just want to let you know.
Major source of pain, but
clear-headed thinking and a little bit of factual information goes a long way.
It's rough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always a controversial thing if you bring that up, right? At least in popular culture. Yeah.
Only with the Protestants. It's not controversial anywhere else. Why the Catholics won't admit to the mistakes of Vatican II is a complete mystery to me.
Well, they can't really admit to that, technically speaking, because of the dogmatic nature of it.
No. I don't think that's it. I think they think that it was implemented well, and they just haven't looked. Because this is dude. The number of technical meetings I was in where I said your database has a problem, and they went no, because we configure the databases this way, and I go, have you looked at the database because it's not configured the way you say you configure databases and things like that. Like the number of times it happens that people just assume that things were like done correctly because they never bother to check is like it's like 90% of all tech problems. It's like somebody didn't check the specifications after they built it. Did you build it to the specifications? No. Why am I not surprised that now it has a problem?
Works on my machine, bro.
Huh?
Works on my machine.
Oh, that's even worse. No, this is just specs. Like, no, you guys didn't
okay.
Specs at all. Yeah, works on my machine is worse, right? Because but that is the playing God. That's the video game mentality. Like, well, I did it here, and I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't have to work there, idiot. It has to work for everybody. Testing it on your machine is about the dumbest thing you can do.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, seriously, don't ever test. Don't ever test anything on your machine, ever. That is a waste of time. Don't test it in a container on your machine because you don't understand what the implications are of doing that test. Yeah, but I think the Catholic Church suffers from the same problem. Like they just never checked, and they thought everybody implemented what they.
But then isn't that
written down?
Yeah, but isn't that kind of like? Well, I don't want to get on anti-Catholic tirades, but that's kind of my problem with them.
Sloppiness.
Yeah, so it's like the claim of unity and checks and balances that don't seem to manifest correctly. As far as
but you know where that problem actually is, Bruce? Because I did a lot of many years of of study and statistical analyses and a lot of data science and a bunch of programming. And it turns out that the Catholic Church consists
full of
entirely of people. Castle knew what was going.
Well, yeah, that's absolutely, bro. Total depravity affirmed. Thank you.
Right, but I mean that problem exists to equal, or I would argue greater measure in all the other churches too. Like particularly Reformed.
Right. I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. Yeah,
Okay.
I totally do. And my issue is just sort of the straw man nature of a sort of perfection that occurs among that hierarchy. And it's not that they don't have the tools, but the tools aren't wielded right.
But that's an outsider perspective, right?
Yeah,
Catholics don't talk about their church that way at all.
Oh, I know.
Right, like I've said 1,000 times. Like we get it, right? The Catholics are like, listen, every once in a while we get an antichrist pope, and we just have to deal with that and wait it out.
Right.
There are no illusions that this solves the antichrist pope problem. They're like, nah, that happens and it sucks, and we just pray for him and hope that it works out.
Like, sometimes the pope gets killed by barbarians. Sometimes he gets killed by his own government. Sometimes he is evil.
Yep.
You know, it turns out that you can swap leaders. You know, like St. Joan of Arc got killed by her own bishop, completely sold out. And it's like this. The type of stuff happens all the time. But that's the thing, is that the ethereal hierarchy maintains, and it turns out that by, like with the example of St. Joan of Arc, by her submission, everyone above her could have gone to hell and she was still fine. Like that was the thing, is that because she submitted in that way, it actually didn't matter if the other people didn't submit correctly, because now it mattered, whether or not she got burned at the stake. But ultimately, like, that is just a charge against them. Like the placement, like, you're not still Pope after you die. Like your position in the hierarchy does not get maintained. And, what's the nonsense word? The throneness.
God.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah. That ridiculous word. The fact that you received some sort of quality is a debt. So, like, if you're a beautiful woman, or if you have status or whatever, I've heard is something like, if you imagine a trader that has a bunch of donkeys, like beasts of burden, that all have different loads that they're carrying. And that, one is loaded with books, and another one is loaded with weapons, another one is loaded with riches, and another one is loaded with manure or something like that. It's like, how ridiculous is it for any of those animals to esteem themselves for the load that they're carrying, when at any moment the trader could just remove that, or even swap the loads between animals or something like that if he wanted to. Right. And ultimately, in many cases, like, that does happen, or that pack animal just gets lost, so it's like, it is what it is.
Yeah, I know. It's always interesting to think about that, and that relationship between, because we always get lost in this. We always want these systems to save us from ourselves, and that's because they help and we need them. But it doesn't solve a problem, right? It's just it's something to cooperate with to help us solve a problem, and that, I think, is where everything gets lost, and it's weird, right? Because for the people who can see, right, they see where people are stuck, and the stuck people don't think they're stuck, and that's that's why the problem occurs. Like, there's a discrepancy. And if you're your brother's keeper, you should keep him from doing stupid things, like, dumping his, problems with his father on a live stream, whatever, like people do. It's too bad. Sally, Sally, you left us. The reason I've never felt like Carl Jung, it's a J, Sally. It's a J.
Why you
was evil is because I always got this notion. He was properly afraid. That is true. Yeah. He was properly afraid of what he discovered when he tried to get around the inevitability of the fact that he's just embedded in a creation that's far bigger than he can imagine. And all the sort of connections, because we're talking about networks tonight, connections around that, and his confusion of what was connected and what wasn't. And on that note, we've been going for like 4 hours, so I am tired. Bruce, closing statements for us. You can literally go anywhere. Well, you know the drill anyway. You're a good boy. You'll behave.
Repent and believe.
Ooh, oh, we're going hardcore reform. I love it. Castle, you can take much more time than that if you wish, but please. Statement.
I mean, I agree. I've got nothing to disagree with, but there is something I wanted to add. So there's this. I was mentioning my nice little Lenten devotional thing, and of course, to a previous point you made, I can't actually go a week or even a day at this point with things being relevant for some random reason. But so there's this thing that came up the other day, and because you were talking about, you said early on about the fact that Latin had been dropped in the Mass, and there was actually a really interesting reflection on this. So it says that initially, like especially within the first like 300 years or something like that, that Mass was celebrated in the local language during the early centuries, but then people had a certain prayerful connection because of that formalized ritual. It was in their language, they can relate to it in a certain way. But then when barbarian invasions started happening in the 5th and 6th centuries, to keep all of the bad people out, they switched to Latin as a standard because just no one was going to know that language. And so when you had people who instead of translating into the Northern European languages once they started going further west, that the converts who were actually, constant, they wound up developing their own separate things, which were considered devotions. So there you have this uniformity in participation, but then you have a greater variety in expression or something like that.
Right.
And so I wanted to, I guess, sort of loosely relate that to the networking thing. So have you guys ever been to Medieval Times Dinner and Tournament?
Yeah, I went there with my son for his birthday this year. It was amazing.
Nice. Yeah. So you go in there and it's kind of medieval, right? So like they seat you out there and then they're like, okay, this section, oh, very nice.
That's from Medieval Times. Yeah.
I love it. They go and they're like, okay, we're gonna seat you in this section, and you guys are for the purple night. The next guys are okay. This section where you're seated is the orange night and all that other stuff. And sometimes they give you little flags or whatever, and you go and they have the theater, or the kayfabe or whatever these people are calling it. They have the WWE match with knights. They also have a pirate version, by the way, which is also fantastic. But they had them go and they battle it out and everything, and then usually I don't remember which knight usually won at the other one, but they had like their very choreographed thing, and they have jousting and all that other cool stuff. But the fact is, like, you get, and they just serve you stuff that is kind of medieval food, but it's just like tomato soup and rotisserie chicken, and which is still delicious, right? I salivate thinking about that tomato soup.
It's very good,
but it's been like 15 years. But so you have this thing where you're kind of networked in there. You're like you're plugged in with your, like you had the example of like the switch, and it's like you're kind of just plugged into a switch. You were all part of this particular color, label on this one and everything. But then when you leave that and everything, like you're not still team Purple Knight or whatever when you get into the lobby. Even during the intermission when everybody goes out to pee and buy gifts or whatever. And I remember one time I went on New Year's Eve, and they had like a New Year's Eve party afterwards. And just kind of getting the nice contrast of, okay, everybody goes in here and nobody knows anybody. And then everybody goes in here and now they've been cheering with their team plugged into the
Right.
same little, colored switch. And now they've been networked, and then they get sort of de-networked, but then you go and they have the New Year's party, and they have like food, and people have like a little disco ball area and all this other stuff. And then you recognize people from your thing, and you can talk to random people and everything. And so you have this thing where everyone is united under the higher participation of, hey, we're here to just, it's entertainment, but it's a certain level of participation that's higher than seeing a movie, for example, or even watching a play, because you're actually cheering, and you're actually, maybe even wearing the merch or whatever. And then, but then everyone can kind of like enjoy their time, and then they leave the participation. So it's also not a community or anything. Like you never see those people ever again, most likely. Maybe you run into somebody at the grocery store. But so I'm not really there's not really a moral to the story. I'm just setting up a few different pieces of contrast to kind of show how all of those things kind of come together and then break apart and then come back together, and that, I had this in my mind and I don't want to give a whole bunch, but there's something that is in the chapter that we are currently trying to finish, I think, in the book. And there's something related to transactional entities, which I need more notes from you on. But I'm kind of thinking about this as a contrast to community. And so that's kind of where my head is. I think some of the stuff we talked about today is going to be very relevant to tomorrow's book club. But those are just my scattered thoughts.
Oh, great. No, that's good. That's good. You know what? Yeah, I totally, if we can make it happen, I want you on the kayfabe live stream for sure, Castle, because you have a real handle on this. I thought of, Bruce, you would be lovely on the kayfabe live stream too. I really do want to do one. I'm really freaking. I've got notes already for it, and yeah, I'd like to fill it out more and stuff. But look, thanks guys. I really appreciate it. It's always helpful to have and Sally, thrice dead Sally. That was fantastic. Hopefully we'll get Jesse back someday soon. And Jesse and I can finish that silly Matrix project that we keep threatening. Hopefully he's done moving. I haven't heard from him. I got to reach out to him. I really appreciate it, guys. And this is part of, what looks like a network, right? But it's not. I haven't actually bothered Castle yet, although I've driven through a few times. We'll have to stop one of these days. But like, I've been at Bruce's house. I've been at Sally's house. I spent the night at each, right? Like, this is not an online thing for us, for most of us. Manuel's sort of still stuck in the Netherlands. But, like Adam and I spent quite a bit of time together in California, right? If you know him from the videos, we got Russian Revolution coming out. I promise. It's all recorded. And network doesn't capture what we're doing at all. It doesn't capture our relationships at all, right? It doesn't work. Like again, it's a map. You can map it as a network if you want, but it really doesn't capture the depth, the quality, the fact that Castle and I are working on a book, and like, it doesn't capture any of that. And there's no way to do it with a mere network map. And so while these things are useful, and I use them all the time, and I've used them for decades, in my career, and not just in my career, it's really important to recognize that is the ultimate kayfabe, where you're mistaking the map for the territory. And the way you know the territory is there's little tells, right? Like, if you can't answer easy questions, that's a you problem, not a them problem, right? It doesn't mean you're wrong, right? It might just mean you don't understand the thing well enough. And maybe if you don't understand well enough to articulate a definition for it, you shouldn't talk about it, right? It doesn't mean you have to abandon the idea. Maybe just don't share it with large groups, especially online, for example, right? There's other little tells. If you can't refute what someone says, but you sort of back off to like an authoritative claim, right, instead of a factual claim, the problem's probably you, right? Or you do ad hominem attacks, probably you, probably not the rest of the world, right? These are good ways to know reality, because the idea of a network, while again useful in very specific easy to define, but a lot of work to define circumstances, is a problem. It's a problem that you've created for yourself, where you're not understanding the world. And, you know, the world will push back on that eventually. And that will all catch up with you. And it will not be good. And the way you stay out of, we'll say, the lameness of a network is you understand the depth of reality. And then you can easily move in and out of these networks like medieval times, which I didn't even think of that. That was a great one. That's also, is that kayfabe or not? Right. And like, I can't imagine how that they could say that was the same as wrestling, but these people are weird. So I really appreciate everyone's engagement. I hope this was helpful. If it wasn't, it really should have been. Like, all the live streams should actually help you. And if they don't, like, I don't know, I'm doing my best. I'm trying. But everybody, have a great week. I don't have a topic yet. I mean, we've got a list of topics. But, if you want to affect the topic, comment below, join the Market Wisdom Discord, whatever it takes. But most of all, I want everybody to be better, because the world needs you to be better. The way to make the world better is just to make yourself better. Clean your room, right? Start there. Everything else will get better for you immediately anyway. It's a good start. It's a good start. So start there and proceed and have a great week.